Hey, Stanford fans, it's Kevin Richardson. Jason Fisk is right over there having his last snack before we get rolling. 3 o'clock, we go live via this YouTube stream of the radio booth. Look forward to having you on board. You're going to see a graphic when we step off here for about 10 minutes. And be sure to share this link. Help us out a little bit, spread the word, and it should be a really fun afternoon of Stanford football. Well, good afternoon and welcome to Stanford Stadium in the shadows of Hoover Tower, where today the Stanford Cardinal, under new head coach Tavita Pritchard, opens their 2026 season against the Rainbow Warriors of the University of Hawaii. Last year saw the Stanford Cardinal win 4 games under an interim head coach, which brought new energy to the program compared to the 4 previous 3-win seasons. Interim head coach Frank Reich has moved on. General manager Andrew Luck has plugged in one of our own, with Tavita Pritchard being named the Bradford M. Freeman Director of Football and the 37th head coach in Stanford football history. Today's opponent, the Rainbow Warriors, the University of Hawaii, are led by 5th-year head coach Timmy Chang. Last year they were 9-4, but 2-0 against the ACC, having defeated Stanford in their opener on a last-second field goal by Kanze Matsuzawa, and they also beat the University of California in the Hawaii Bowl with a last-second touchdown throw from backup quarterback Luke Weaver. The Stanford Cardinal feel like the 4 wins and a new head coach is the momentum they need to move towards bowl eligibility and a shot at a conference title. Meanwhile, the Rainbow Warriors feel like a conference title in the new Mountain West is well within their reach. Well, once again, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Glad to have you with us inside the Bob Murphy radio booth high atop Stanford Stadium. I'm Kevin Richardson, your play-by-play voice. This will be my 19th year of college football on the radio. Right next to me, the former Stanford defensive lineman and NFL defensive lineman Jason Fisk. Our board op is Ryan McCarthy. Our on-site engineer is Tanika Burrell, and our spotter is Eric Engel. Want to remind everybody, stay tuned for the Stanford football halftime show. We'll hear from the Kevin Hogan quarterback coach Brian Lindgren, and when we go final, stay tuned for the Stanford Cardinal football postgame wrap. We'll review today's stats, hear from head coach Tavita Pritchard, play highlights via the Cresco Equipment Rentals Drive Summary, and deliver the Coca-Cola refreshing play of the game and the Metropolitan Van and Storage move of the game. And with that, I'm going to bring in the second member of our broadcast crew, Jason Fisk. And hello. Jason, you and I were fortunate enough to play football at this institution. You always tell the story about Denny Green driving you around campus in his red Cadillac.
Yeah, he brought me in. That was my first taste. I think I came down here for a camp, and he took me around campus, and just driving around and seeing just the beauty of this place and what it kind of represented. It's magic here, and I was sold from the moment he said, hey, you could come here. I said, I'm in.
Well, and Jack Elway never took me for a ride in a red Cadillac, but I got to tell you, independent of that day, this day, pretty special for me in terms of broadcasting and what it means to me, and I'm looking forward, like you are, to bringing all the action this year.
Well, I'm really excited to be in here with you, Kevin. I mean, I worked with you a handful of times at San Jose State. I'm new to the game here a little bit, but I just remember being astounded by how well you capture what you see on the field, and you turn it into the words that make everyone on the other end of the radio kind of hear and see and can visualize what's going on. So I'm excited for our fans to be able to have the privilege of your talents here today.
Well, thank you very much, and I guess enough about us. Let's talk about them being the Stanford Cardinal, and they're out for early outs. We're about 57 minutes away from kickoff. Tavita Pritchard comes in as the 37th head coach. We call him the Bradford M. Freeman Director of Football at Stanford. That's a guy, you and I remember him as a player.
Right.
We remember him as an assistant coach. We had kids that played for him directly for a few years, and also we were able to witness the last 5 weeks of fall camp, a guy who went away to the NFL, had the chance to look at who he was. What's your POV on this thing? And I really like the choice, especially after the last 5 weeks of football.
Well, I do too. I mean, he's like you said, come here from here, and he's been here for so long as a coach and a player. But to get away and get that perspective of the NFL experience, kind of see the game from a little different perspective and come back in. And it looks, like you said, we've been out at practice, and it looks sharp. It looks well-structured. It looks like he's got guys going.
Well, and it also makes me think of those old days with Bill Walsh when you were playing for Bill Walsh. I remember watching a practice where Bill Walsh went around talking to the coaches saying, hey, less yelling, more coaching, and that was It was a lot that way the last 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, coaching is teaching, right? It's and so many people get caught up in the tough guy mentality, kind of go hit, but comes down to it, if you're not taking the right steps, you're not launching your hands in the right location, you're not, getting both hands on the ball, it's not going to work out. So teaching and really explaining to people how to get better, because all these guys are out here, they're competitors, right? They come in here as competitors and they want to get better. And so just having people that can just teach them how to do that is essential.
Well, Stanford is 4-1 against the University of Hawaii. First time they met, 1946 in Honolulu. Stanford won 18-7. How about that score? When we come back, we'll talk about matchup number 6 from Stanford Stadium. We'll take a break. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk, 53 minutes and 31 seconds away from kicking off this 132nd year of Stanford football. And looking at this matchup between the Stanford Cardinal and the Rainbow Warriors. Jason, we just talked about a head coach that did some time in the pros, and I think the best way to look at this game is through that lens. You've got to play great defense, you've got to run the ball between the tackles, and you got to get good quarterback play. When you look at the defense last year, they were good but not great at taking the ball away, just had 3 interceptions on the year. Stanford as a whole was -4 on turnovers. Last time they were positive on the turnover ratio was in 2020, and by the way, their last winning season. So this
correlates,
right? Yeah, this is a team that's got to get out there and take advantage of guys like Matt Rose that had 106 tackles last year. He needs to repeat, and I know you have high hopes for what this defensive line can do.
Well, yeah, I've seen this defensive line. They like to hunt. You've heard Zach Rowell talking about getting upfield, getting after it, being quick twitch, and kind of going for penetration. Getting upfield. And that's what makes those interceptions come. That it all works together. You get the interceptions down the field when you force an errant throw. You get the sack caused fumble, another takeaway. So again, like you mentioned, the number one predictor of wins and losses in any league is the turnover ratio, right? So flipping the script on that for this year and getting the ball taken away more often will help us get there.
Well, for sure. Last year, +3 against Boston College, even against San Jose, -1 versus Florida State, +3 versus Cal. Those were your 4 wins for last year. By the way, Timmy Chang, he runs that air raid offense, but he's not one of those guys that's defense agnostic, that ignores the defensive backfield. he'll call a play dictated by the coverage, as evidenced by last year when he ran the double slant down near the end zone on man coverage, right? Little different twist on the air raid.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a pretty dynamic offense. They it seems like they like a lot of those short routes for instead of running the ball sometimes with little easy completions and let the wide receivers do the work. But then he has the ability to see and break down the defense and call those plays that need to be queued up when it's time.
Well, so number 2, you got to run the ball between the tackles. Micah Ford, he fits the bill. 643 yards last year, 4 touchdowns on 9 starts, 4.4 yards per carry. We got to see if we can go spinal tap and turn him all the way up, right? We need 20 carries a game out of Micah Ford.
Well, 20 carries from Micah Ford, but the part that makes that go is the offensive line, right? So getting that offensive line cranked up and humming sometimes takes a couple weeks to find that balance, but just lock and load, cat on a hat, and knock them back, right?
Well, and if you look at the Stanford offense last year, rushed for just 85 yards per game. That was 130 in FBS football. By the way, Hawai'i just 103 last year, so both teams lived and died by the pass game, and that brings you to good quarterback play. Davis Warren, he was the starter at Michigan in 24, was off last year with an injured knee. He injured it in 24 in the bowl game against Alabama. That actually sounds kind of cool. But a guy that transferred out here I thought looked great in fall camp. Certainly a mature guy. He had a battle with cancer when he was in high school. Talk about a guy who, when you listen to him talk, feels fortunate to be playing college football and has college football in the right place mentally.
Right. Yeah. No, and I also think he brings other guys along with him. Right. That's the biggest thing. You bring guys into that kind of space, thinking that way about football, and he's that type of leader. You see it in the interviews that he conducts and the way he conducts himself. At practice. Now it's time to translate that into the games, taking charge and making it happen.
Well, and we talked about this when we did our pregame hit. Micah Alahado, the quarterback for Hawai'i. Numbers are pretty good. Completes 67% of his balls. 30 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. These are career numbers for this guy. So he's a 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. Yep. You got to be 2-to-1 or better. Andrew Luck, who we'll see in a minute, he was 4-to-1, which you understand why he was the number 1 pick. But completing 65% of his passes, best day was 457 yards last year against Air Force, where he completed 75% of his balls. But the key with him, he's 5'10", he's 180. You got to get after him.
Right, you got to get after him, and like I said, you got to keep him in the pocket. Watching some games from last year, what you see him do is when he gets a chance to shake loose a little bit, or if you get a big seam, a big gap in those rush lanes up the middle, and he's got a window to throw through, he'll make it happen. Also, broken plays, he's running around back there sometimes. He's not necessarily looking to run the ball. I'm wondering actually this year if he might do that a bit more. I know last year he was hampered by an ankle injury throughout the season. It kept him out of spring ball last spring. So coming back on a healthy ankle, I don't know if he'll try to test it and get after it in the run game at all. But, what I've seen from him last year is he'll find a spot, he keeps his eyes downfield, and he makes the throw. He'll sneak it in there. He hits some tight windows with his balls.
Yeah, he was also a bowler in high school and had 2 perfect games, and he throws the ball a lot like a guy that can get a bowling ball to bend. We'll see a lot of that this afternoon. Yeah, marching towards kickoff here. We'll take another break. This is Stanford Cardinal football pregame show from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk. 45 minutes and 18 seconds before kickoff. It's time for the Stanford Medicine Injury Report. Every day we work to pioneer treatments, teach the innovators of tomorrow, and deliver the best possible care today. Stanford Medicine, advancing knowledge, improving lives. Visit stanfordmedicine.org. When we're into conference play next week, we will have that injury report. We'll take another break. This is Stanford Cardinal football pregame from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk. But more importantly, we've got the general manager, Andrew Luck, in the house to talk a little Stanford football. And Andrew, you started your radio show this week again for football season on KNBR, by the way. And a great message. The reset is over. Time to start talking about winning games, right?
Yeah, you know, and not just talking about working towards it. It's why our guys put a off-season body of work together through the winter. And it's not so fun to be in the dungeon of a weight room getting yelled at by our strength staff and getting out in early morning with steam rising up off the field and going. And training camp is hard. Spring ball is hard. Our guys have put an unbelievable body of work in. We certainly, you know, have our staff all here. I'm really look right up. We're sitting up here looking at warm-ups, and I'm just excited for this season of Stanford football, specifically this game. Really proud of the body of work our players and coaches have put in, and now get to go do it against a real quality opponent in Hawaii.
Well, and I thought the interesting question, both to you and Jason, you guys were NFL guys with distinct NFL careers. What was your mindset going into a game? Were you a guy that said, I've got to get to every detail, or I'm the guy, go in, be calm? I mean, just on a personal level, how did you approach a game? And I'm interested to hear from Jason also.
Well, I tried to make practice as game-like as possible. I mean, truly down to the same warm-up, the same snack, the same everything, because I felt that's practice. Practice will prepare you for whatever it is practice is preparing you for. So if you're just practicing to practice, it ain't gonna work. You know, practice like it's a game. So It was that. I was probably on the more neurotic side of wanting to get, details oriented, but also, trusting a body of work. So, yeah. What about you, Jason? What did you do? Hit people? You hit people pregame?
No, I definitely had a process. It started with a Taco Bell meal on Saturday, the day before, every year for 12 years, day before a game.
Bell beefer?
Yeah, I was big into the I had a whole. You don't want to know. It's ugly to hear. But, I mean, the process, right? You go through and you turn over every stone. You find every tendency. For me, that helped me play more confidently in the game. And so just going through the process, making sure I checked all the boxes of everything that could help me win and help me be successful that day.
Perfect.
Well, and talking about pulling all the levers, Andrew, you look at this stadium. I remember when they opened this stadium, and now I'm taking a look at a new ribbon board. Mm-hmm. We'll get a little bit of the LED lights at the end of this game tonight. Sunsets almost 8 o'clock, so we might be gone by the time we need the lights, but next week people will see those LED lights. Number one, the lighting is better. Number two, it's more exciting. Turn them on, turn them off, and a lot more amenities around this stadium. It's got to feel good to be at a place where, hey, we're cleaning things up and we're moving this forward.
Yeah, like Stanford Stadium, it's beautiful. I think it's one of the great stadiums in college football. An on-campus setting, the trees. We're sitting up here looking at the hills across the bay, and look, we've made our folks that work here unbelievable. New lights, new ribbon board. That's all exciting, and it's way more exciting when we play great football, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the focus
Exactly.
always.
Well, and then I was standing at practice the other day, and I got to talking with a guy named Ryan Verness, and he's the director
Big Red, as we call him. Big Red.
Director of Sports Turf, and when I look at the playing field, which is the thing that matters most, man, that guy does some work.
Yes, he does. It's a fantastic playing surface. Beautiful grass, a beautiful Stanford S in the middle, red end zones. One of the cool things is we have a sub-air system that can heat and cool underground. Actually, my former teammate, Ben Ryan, is the owner of the company. They're the same folks at the Bills Stadium, a bunch of stadiums. Yeah. So that helps promote quality, healthy growth. It gets moisture off the field. So it's a fantastic surface, and our guys look fast on it as I'm watching Patton go.
Well, and we look at those Patton goes, brings me up to the last thing before we let you go. If we take a look at the passing yards of Andrew Luck, Tavita Pritchard, Ryan Burns, Brian Lindgren, and Timmy Chang, the head coach for the University of Hawaii, any guess what number we come up with, career college passing yards?
Well, I know a couple things. One, Timmy Chang threw for a lot of yards. I mean, that was my prime fandom of college football for me when I was in middle school, watching Timmy Chang do his thing. A lot of respect for him in this Hawaii program. Brian Lindgren, our quarterback coach, threw for also a bunch of yards. He's like top 10 ever in single game yardage. I think he has like 568 when he was an Idaho Vandal.
Yeah.
We're got to be in the tens and tens of thousands, like something like.
36,982 yards, and Timmy Chang, 17,072.
Wow, a lot of yards there, Coach.
That's a lot of yards.
Well, Coach, one last word before we send you down onto the field to do your thing.
Yeah.
When we finish this thing up tonight and wrap it up, what's the one thing? I know we're pushing for a win. What are the two things that probably have to happen to get there?
Turnover margin. Right, you're gonna say that always, and like we taking it away and protecting it, and they're gonna throw the ball all over the field. We'll have our opportunities. We gotta protect it when it's in our hands. And I think the broken tackle margin, right? Game one. Yeah. We don't get scrimmages in college.
Right. There'll be a lot of chances for open field tackles with the way they play
bunch.
too, right?
And I've seen our guys practice, all training camp with an intensity and a focus, and I'm excited to see them go display that on the field. Could not be more proud of how these young men have worked, and just excited for them now.
Well, Andrew, been a great fall camp. Thanks so much for coming in to see us. I know the fans love hearing from you. And, let's go get him today.
I appreciate it. I thought I was going to be late, Kevin. I was telling everybody, I got to run to my radio show. I was coming from the tailgate saying hi. So appreciate you guys. Go Card.
Thanks a lot. That was Andrew Luck. We're counting it down towards kickoff. We'll take another break, and when we come back, we'll take a look around at the ACC as we've got 4 teams underway in Week 0. This is Stanford Football pregame from Learfield.
All right, go get them.
Thank you. El Camino. 33 minutes and 17 seconds to go before we kick off the 2026 season right here at Stanford Stadium. And it's time to take a look at our scores around the Atlantic Coast Conference. We got 4 teams in action today in the ACC, and of course Stanford right here against Hawaii. North Carolina, they were over in Ireland. Been there, done that. The Aer Lingus College Football Classic. That one kicked off at 9 a.m. and Bill Belichick and company, they got a 15-10 win over the TCU Horned Frogs. Kind of an interesting score.
That's a big win, though, for them. You know, coming back, Belichick is going to be competitive his second year in, and so he's righting the ship as you would probably expect from a coach of that caliber.
Yeah, and probably a guy that isn't going to just walk away from it and say, yeah, we can't turn this thing around. You know, interesting that early season trip overseas like that. I get the positives, and you've got a bye week next week, but boy, there's a lot of organization and a lot of discipline that has to go into a game like that to make sure that what you're doing doesn't become a distraction.
Right. Yeah. There's so much that goes into that, from flying across different time zones, and all the schedule changes and things. So it is definitely a challenge. You got to remember you remember all your equipment too. That's a long way to go if you forgot something.
Yeah, it's not like packing up and coming up here from Monterey County and I forgot my clipboard. That's for sure. This next game, speaking of going away, was supposed to be in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. It got canceled. They went to Charlottesville with it, and it was North Carolina State at Virginia, 3:06 to play. Virginia putting a stomping on them, 34-8
That
is the score. Now remember, North Carolina State, that's a really good team, but also remember Virginia is a team that rushed the ball under Terry Heffernan, by the way, who is the new offensive coordinator here at Stanford. Last year, they ran the ball for roughly 180 yards per game, and it looks like there's no let up on that. They controlled that thing from start to finish.
That 11-win season last year, and they want to say that that's not a fluke, and this is a big statement towards that.
Yeah, that sends a message for sure. And then other games that we've got starting this next week on Thursday, Wake Forest, they'll host Akron. The Zips coming to town. And Colorado, they are at Georgia Tech. And remember that Stanford will play Georgia Tech after that bye week and then the trip to Duke. And then you come back here and play Georgia Tech. And then a full slate of games on September 4th. And, of course, we'll be in action right here on September 3rd, Friday Night Lights at Stanford Stadium. That should be a lot of fun. And
absolutely,
I forgot to cue that up for Andrew because he always makes fun of me. I call it a what did I call it? A band the other day. But E40, the local rapper, is coming to Stanford Stadium that Friday night. He will bring some fans, and getting a win today will bring some fans.
Definitely, that'll get some fans in here. And to watch a team, that went that deep in the playoffs last year, come in here, it'll be a great test to see where this program is. We'll get that week between to kind of figure out what things need to be improved and buttoned up and tidied up, and that should be a fun game.
Well, and I'm just curious on Thursday night next week, Colorado at Georgia Tech. Couple of things there. Colorado in general, it just seems like there's lots of ups, lots of downs with that team, and then also Georgia Tech, they're trying to plug in a new quarterback that doesn't have a lot of experience, so I'm really keeping an eye on that one. And then, of course, that Friday game with Stanford against Miami. Miami ranked number 7. Obviously, when you're number, quote, 2 in the country last year, the runner-up in the championship game, that'll bring you a high ranking, but a lot of turnover with them. A lot of guys had the audacity to graduate and go to the pros. Right?
Yeah, they are bringing in a pretty good quarterback, I understand. The transfer quarterback coming in that might not be too bad.
Yeah,
so.
well, a California kid, by the way.
Right.
We'll talk about that as we preview next week's game. Well, picture-perfect day here in the Bay Area. It's going to be 71 degrees at kickoff, 66 at halftime, 63 when we get out of here. The sunset will at 7:41, and we're going to have a wind which is going to be from the north-northwest. It's going to kick up to about 13 miles per hour. Translated, if you're going north in Stanford Stadium, you're going to have a bit of a headwind if you've got the ball and you're going that way. 28 minutes and 13 seconds away from kickoff. We will take another break. When we come back, we're going to hear from a linebacker. We're going to right-size this thing and get to the defensive side of the ball. We'll hear from Matt Rose. We'll take a break. This is Stanford Cardinal football pregame from Learfield.
Yes, a lot of fun growing up, for sure.
Well, you're in your fifth year here at Stanford, 153 career tackles, 106 last year. I always say if you're rushing for 1,000 yards, that's the gold standard, and on defense you get 100 tackles. That's the gold standard. It's a hard thing to do, that's for sure. When you look at that breakthrough year you had last year, what were the things that you did last year that you're like, okay, going into 2026, I need to replicate those things?
100%, yeah. I think the first thing, is obviously just confidence, establishing that confidence last year and that ability. And then obviously I think a big part of it was my process last year. I thought I developed, a very good process in terms of my film study, my body. So just taking all that knowledge into this year is huge for sure, having that year last year.
Well, and I think the other thing that people maybe underestimate, whether it is that guy rushing for 1,000 yards or a linebacker with 100 tackles, I mean, it isn't. Yes, you have to be incredibly tough, but boy, there's that off-season work that you've got to get in. Talk about the preparation being a little bit maybe different this year now that you know what it takes to get to 100 tackles.
Yeah, I don't think obviously I don't think it changes a whole lot in terms of the all-season preparation. I think Coach Dietrich and his guys done a really good job just in terms of just lifting every single day and conditioning, and big shout out to those guys, man, for getting us right. they got me right every single year I've been here. So I'm super grateful for those guys.
Well, quick question about today's opponent, the Rainbow Warriors. Last year, 13 tackles for you over in Honolulu. And on a spread offense, by the way, right? Or, run and shoot. They're going to call it a lot of different things, air raid.
Yeah.
But what do you expect to see from Hawai'i today?
Man, I think a lot of similar, so same offense as last year, so a lot of the similar things from last year. So obviously a lot of run and shoot. Thankful for us, those, they're not looking to get to us, a linebacker, as much. So obviously, we got to take advantage of that. And yeah, we're really dialing in their concepts, and man, at this point in the week, I feel really good, of what they like to run, and yeah, excited.
Well, last question for you before we let you go. You chose Stanford as a high school recruit. You're here 5 years later.
Yeah.
I guess why Stanford, and has that why changed? Because I know this place changes you, right?
Yeah,
there's things that you thought were going to happen that didn't happen,
yeah.
and then other things that you really cherish. So why'd you come here, and is it still the same?
I think, 100%. The reason I came here is because it's the best academic and football combination in the country, and then to this day I still believe that, and I couldn't be happy to be here, man. I'm super fired up for the season, and go Card, baby.
Right on. Thanks for spending some time with us.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
That was inside linebacker Matt Rose. We'll be right back with an interview with the Bradford M. Freeman Director of Football, Tavita Pritchard. This is Stanford Cardinal Football pregame show from Learfield.
Segment is the head coach, Tavita Pritchard. Coach, thanks so much for spending some time with us. We've been going through a lot of firsts with you here in the last month and a half, like first fall camp as the head coach, first practice as a head coach, first media days. Going back to October of 2007, you had a first. It was your first start. You went down to USC and won a football game as a starting quarterback. I'm just kind of wondering, does any of that experience help you out this week as you get ready to be the head coach for the first time at the college level?
Sure it does. Of course. So much about that week was about our preparation and about kind of who we were as a team and how we, even thinking back to those years where so much was about how we competed and how we prepared and how we kind of interacted with each other and the camaraderie that we built. And so I think there are a lot of lessons there for me, because whether it's the first or the middle or the last, I think for in my mind, it is all about the process. It is all about how you approach every game. And so in that way, because this is the first game, it won't change our process. We're attacking this just like we did getting ready for spring ball, just like we did getting ready for fall camp, and now, we're getting ready for a game week.
Yeah, I guess at some point you just got to put your hands under center and be loud and take the snap, right?
There it is.
To go.
There it is.
Right on. Well, how has the transition to game week been for you guys? I know you talked a little bit about it last week when you talked to us in the preseason show, that last week you were starting to condition the team for a game week. How do you feel like that has gone in getting ready for the opener?
Yeah, great. Our guys are so conscientious in how they prepare, and so much for us is trying to create a routine and a rhythm for them in a game week, and how a Sunday goes, and then a Monday off day, and a Tuesday practice, and a Wednesday practice. And so, yeah, it's been seamless because, we got hardworking guys who are really dialed into their process. And so, these guys show up to work every day with high energy, and it's been a lot of fun just kind of transitioning, if you will, to a game week, which is really just building a game plan throughout the week, watching and looking at another opponent. But, some of the outputs may be different, but the process of it very much stays the same.
Totally makes sense. And then talk about the quarterback, Davis Warren. Everybody wants to know about the quarterback, no matter what time of year it is. But, of course, for the opener, you want to hear about him. And I thought it was interesting, the point you made a week ago when you talk about, like, the life this guy has lived. He's been through a lot of stuff. And being ready for that opener in his last year of college football, where do you think he sits mentally? Because he sure seems like a very mature guy behind center.
Absolutely. Frankly, it just gives him a perspective that I think what you see from Davis is a love and a passion for football that he's able to approach and attack in a way because he has lived so much life, because he has had so many experiences. He's able to dive into what he does. And, he does love football. He loves studying it. He loves talking it and watching tape. And so it is I can't say enough about having the opportunity to work with him in his approach to getting ready for this season and starting this game week with him. But just the energy he brings, the leadership qualities that he brings, it's been a lot of fun to see him work, and I'm really excited for him and excited for our team.
Well, when we look at the opponent this week, the Rainbow Warriors, University of Hawaii, Pacific Islander Heritage Night at Stanford Stadium, that should be a lot of fun. I know when Timmy Chang rolls in, he's probably not going to be running the wishbone offense, right? The ball.
I'd say that's a pretty safe bet there.
The ball will definitely be in the air, but the thing that I've always thought that's interesting about the Timmy Chang offense, I guess maybe we want to call it a run and shoot, an air raid, whatever it is, but the true air raid guys will always tell you ignore the defense. I don't care if it's a too deep. Just run to the green grass. Yep. It seems like with Timmy Chang, it's a little twist, and I think it's got to be because of his exposure to pro football like you. That guy gets involved in what the defense is doing when you look at the plays that he's calling. Am I correct on that? Because it's a different spin than everybody else.
No, I think you are, and I think what it comes back to for those teams and kind of the essence of those great air raid and spread and run and shoot offenses like these guys are a part of is so much of the emphasis on the defense, I think, comes from we're really going to focus on what we do and what we do well. And that's what Timmy certainly has not lost, is those guys, they run crisp routes, they do find space, they play with timing, they play really hard, and so I think he has, to your point, captured a lot of the good in the essence of the run and shoot and those spread passing attacks, but he has injected his own spin on it, and it's we have our work cut out for us, and we're gonna have to go out there against a really good unit.
Now, early on, I know this is hard to sort out. Any idea defensively? Scheme-wise, probably the same. Personnel-wise, a lot of turnover there. What do you think you're going to see defensively from the Rainbow Warriors?
You know what? I think the thing that you will see, because it was true of any player who was in there last year, is this is a defense that flies around, and
right.
they play really, really fast and physically, and so that is something that we know that we're going to have to meet that physicality and that intensity up front, and that's something that we know going into this game that they play with a lot of energy, they play with physicality, and so regardless of what who the players are. It's clear that staff has set a precedent for them that they're going to play hard and play with a lot of energy and physicality, and so we know we're going to have to meet that. And then beyond that, schematically, they do a good job of mixing the man and the zone and the vision and the match and, one high and two high, and they're pretty multiple in what they do. And on the other side of the ball, we got our work cut out for us. We're going to have a really good plan and allow our guys to identify what they're in and go play fast ourselves.
Well, Coach, best of luck today. And again, thank you so much for all the communication over the last 5 weeks, and play well.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Kevin.
That was head coach Tavita Pritchard. Jason and I will be back with the starting lineups and the kickoff from Stanford Stadium right after this. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield.
Perfect. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk. We are 9 minutes and 15 seconds away from the 132nd season of Cardinal football. And it is time for an on-time kickoff. And if you want an on-time takeoff, think SJC, San Jose Mineta International Airport. And with that, it's time for our SJC, San Jose Mineta International Airport, starting lineups. Well, the Rainbow Warriors of Hawaii did not supply a starting lineup this week, but we do know that Michael Alejado will be the quarterback He's thrown for 3,106 yards in his career, 67% completion percentage, 30 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions. That's over the course of 15 games in 24 and 25. We'll also probably see Cam Barfield as the starting running back, 653 yards rushing and receiving last year. And literally, we're going to see probably 6 to 10 different receivers for Hawaii. On the defensive side of the ball, their mainstay up on the defensive line is Lester Laisene Longofu'aina. He wears number 51 and is one of their best defenders. Their best linebacker is Jemai Otis, and their best defensive back is Elijah Palmer. Now we'll give you the Stanford starting lineups. They are the home team. The white helmet, the Cardinal jerseys. Remember, they wore Cardinal last year in Honolulu in a trade with Hawaii because they wanted to have a white out. They'll have the white pants on. They've got a white stripe on the helmet that gives you the Pacific Islander heritage design, and we'll give you the defensive side of the ball first. Up front, the big guys, Zach Rowell and Braden Marceau, Olai Inca, they're your D tackles. Your edge guys, Ernest Cooper and Omar Staples. On the Sam position, that'll be Tevarua Tafiti. By the way, he is from Hawaii, went to Punahou School over in Honolulu. Your other linebackers will be Josiah Galvan and Matt Rose. He was your leading tackler last year, 106 tackles. That's the first time a Cardinal defender had gone over 100 tackles since 2017. And on the cornerbacks will be Cam Richardson and Brandon Nicholson. Your safeties will be Jay Green and Darius Davis. If they're in a nickel package, you'll see Leroy Bryant in the nickel position. On the offensive side of the ball, the big eaters up front will go from left to right. Khalil House, left tackle. Zyron Brown, left guard. The center, the Harvard graduate. That sounds cool. Aiden Killstrom. Josh Williams, he's your right guard. Fisher Anderson, he's the right tackle. And by the way, Fisher has checked the box on every offensive line position in his career at Stanford, has played in a game on every one of the 5 positions up front. At tight end, it's Benji Blackburn, but you'll also see a lot of 12 personnel. That means 2 tight ends, so Aiden Black will be in there. And when you're looking at the one of the 12, that is running back, and you'll see Micah Ford as the lead back. We'll see if we can turn him all the way up to 11 this year and get him to 20 carries per game and get that run game ignited. Your wideouts, Jordan Inovue, John Anthony Hall, and Liam Thorpe. And you've got 3 or 4 other guys that are young and pretty athletic that we will see early on. Your quarterback will be Davis Warren. Remember, he's the transfer from Michigan, was off last year with an injury, as they'll line the Stanford Cardinal team up over in the Freeman Tunnel and get ready to bring them out. As you hear, the crowd might get going. Davis Warren, when you look at the book on him, 1,288 yards, 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Need to flip that around. 62% completions as a starter back in 2024. His best game, he completed 78% of his passes against Arkansas State. He threw for 204 versus the University of Texas as the Stanford Cardinal makes their way out onto the field. And your specialist will be Emmett Kinney. He'll be your kicker, and Aiden Flintoff, he will be your punter. Peyton Warford will handle the short and the long kicks. He's from Woodside, California, played his high school football right here on the peninsula at St. Francis. And those were your starting lineups, brought to you by San Jose Mineta International Airport. Fly simple, fly SJC. It is a Mountain West crew for tonight's game. The referee for tonight's game will be Brad Carroll, and our replay official will be Paul Verna when they put their head underneath the hood. Stanford Stadium seats 50,424. If you glance at the empty seats, you'd think, well, we're at about 25% capacity, but because the sun is up and it is hot, everybody's standing on the concourse, so we'll probably be somewhere around 50% capacity by the time we kick this thing off. Well, here come the Rainbow Warriors as they make their way out onto the field. Jason, if you're a Stanford player, you probably don't need to talk too much to get fired up for this one, having dropped this game by 3 points a year ago.
Oh, definitely. You got this one, this is like a game that you think you should win, right? You have the perception that maybe your program should be a little above this program, and having lost that game last year, they're going to be fully ready for this one. And it's exciting. This is an exciting day here at Stanford. It seems like we're kicking off a new era, new head coach, new kind of era in Stanford football, and it's an exciting day to be here.
Captains for Stanford are Tevarua Tafiti, Sam Mattingly, the twitchy Sam Mattingly, I would call him. He's a backup linebacker and going to get a lot of reps as a linebacker and a special teamer. And Davis Warren bringing in the seasoned vet as they'll meet at midfield and work through the coin toss. The other thing that you think about is getting that fast start. On the opening drive last year, Stanford was 5 of 12 on opening drives.
Yeah, that's a big part of the game, right? Set the tempo, get it going. It's going to be fun to see too. We'll get a bunch of questions answered, right? It's a new era of Stanford football, and there's a lot of questions to answer. The offensive line is kind of retooled a little bit. A lot of those guys had a bunch of time playing last year, but we might have some shifts around and who's playing where, and that group sometimes takes time to come together.
Has elected to defer.
Well, Hawaii won the toss and deferred. That's an interesting choice there if you're Timmy Chang, a guy that hangs his hat on the offense.
Well, we'll get a chance to start fast on offense.
So the captains will run back over to their sideline, and we'll get ready to get this thing underway. Boy, you couldn't have a better afternoon for college football here in Palo Alto.
It's always somewhat eerie here in the beginning of the season because school hasn't started yet. So the students aren't back on campus, and you don't really get that feel of full football swing until about week 3 or 4 when the students come back. So definitely a little different atmosphere here to start the season, but it's a good crowd.
Well, and the other thing that I think, as you think about a guy like Davis Warren, just his, I think, what did Tavita call it, the life that he has lived. Think about the serious stuff that's gone on in his life from a health standpoint, and then the football stuff where you're a starter and then you're no longer a starter, and now you get a second chance at it. I think that really gives you a chance to really kind of mentally dial it in and have a lot of fun as the return unit will run out onto the field for the Stanford Cardinal. Chris Davis, he's the deep man for the Cardinal. To his left at the 10-yard line is Champ Hampton. Up in front of them, you've got the wedge, Zach Giuliano, Drew Cunningham, and Preston Jernigan. And then the 6 others for the Cardinal up at what we would call the line of scrimmage are Tyler Quo, Trey Williams, Charlie Eckhart, Bo Tate, Zach Johnson, and Jalen Day Sumlin as the Rainbow Warriors get ready to kick it away. So the back judge will hand the ball off. That's Brian Werfel. And they'll step it off, wait for the whistle. Toe into leather. The 2026 season is underway. Davis is going to get it at the goal line. Davis at the 5, Davis at the 10, Davis at the 15, goes airborne, stays on his feet, pushes out to the 22-yard line. Lots of bodies flying around. Good kickoff cover for the Rainbow Warriors and a nice return by the Cardinal. They'll go to work for the first time in 2026 from their own 21-yard line. They'll work from the left hash.
It'll be interesting to see what we get going with. Come out with the big guys and try to pound it a little bit, or if they decide to go light and throw.
So Davis Warren will huddle up with the Cardinal. Aiden Killstrom will lead the offense to the line of scrimmage. They'll put 2 tight ends to the left side. They're in tight. 2 receivers out to the right. Now they'll put Black in motion. Black down the sideline, a little stick route underneath the Blackburn. He'll make the catch. Knock down a couple of defenders, pick up 5. Gets the Cardinal ahead of the chains on that first play of 2026. It'll bring up a 2nd down and 5 from their own 26. No huddle, they'll get right on the ball. They'll put trips into the boundary. One receiver out to the right side. Single back in the backfield, Micah Ford. Motion to the right, there's a handoff. Ford up the middle, he'll dash up in there. Get close to that first down. Going to be down at the 29-yard line. Needed the 31-yard line. Just underway from Stanford Stadium. It'll bring up the first 3rd down of the night for either team.
2 plays to stay on schedule. We're in 3rd and short, so dial up a play to get you a couple yards here.
So Liam Thorpe will split out to the left side. Looks like John Anthony Hall will join him. 2 receivers over to the right. That's a Noveway and Blackburn. And Micah Ford in a wing. 3 right, 2 left. Warren with the snap. 5-man rush. Works it down the middle. Throws it. Ball falls incomplete. Hit Blackburn in the hands. And it shot up in the air. Almost picked off, but will fall incomplete. And first drive of 2026 is a 3-and-out for the Stanford Cardinal. Cue the punt team for the first time this afternoon.
Not the way you want to start it, but that throws on target. We just got to make the catch and come down with that, and that's a first down. Had some pressure there to deal with. Had to dump that off a little quicker than he wanted to.
Aiden Flintoff into kick. He'll stand with his heels on his own 14-yard line. Good toe into this one. Puts it up into the jet stream. Fair catch is called for at the 30-yard line. And that was Tama Huliata on the fair catch, and that'll put the Rainbow Warriors to work for the first time tonight from their own 30-yard line. Boy, got ahead on those first 2 downs,
right, yeah.
And just
couldn't
got
catch
to catch the ball.
Yeah,
right?
You got to catch the ball. Got to catch the ball.
Right.
But now we go into defense. We'll see what we're doing here.
Michael Alejado will go to work with his offense. He'll work from the right hash. 13:34 to play in the first quarter, just underway. He'll put 2 receivers out to the left, 2 receivers to the right. Single back in the backfield is Cam Barfield. They'll kick him to the left of Alejado. There's the snap. He'll swing it to Barfield out in the flat. Matt Rose in hot pursuit. Matt Rose knocks him down. Ball comes out, goes out of bounds. Confused as to whether or not the referee said he was down before he fumbled. Looking at the spot, he'll say that. But it was a generous spot. Gave him a gain of 2. Good play there by Matt
Nice
Rose.
play by Matt Rose.
Rainbow Warriors will play fast. 2nd down and
angle.
8 from their own 32. 2 receivers each side. There's the snap. The lefty looks right, throws right, and ball falls incomplete.
Looked like we had a little confusion there. A couple of Rainbow Warriors running into each other on the routes there.
Tama Uliata was the intended receiver. Carson Brown ran into him, and that'll bring up a 3rd down for the Rainbow Warriors. They're looking at a 3rd down and 8 with 13:04 to play in this first quarter. No score from Stanford Stadium. Glad to have you on board. Got to get some push up front by guys like Zach Rowell on this down.
Yeah, we got to get some heat. Got to get in his face, make him throw it on time or early, so he can't find a.
Stanford will show a 3-man front. One of those linebackers nosing up in there. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Single back in the backfield. There's the snap. Alejado looks to the right. Has forever. Now needs to move. Now getting chased. Now will run to the left. He's back at the 10. Will burn it out of bounds and incomplete. Matt Rose put a shot on him. I thought for a second we might get a flag, but we don't. And the 3-and-out is countered with a 3-and-out by the Chris Richard defense.
And nice pressure there by
Number 22 for Hawai'i is now wearing number 36.
Nice pressure by the Stanford defense there. Get him out of the pocket. Good coverage downfield too, which really made that pressure be able to have time to get there.
So back to receive for the Cardinals, Liam Thorpe. He's going to stand at his own 27-yard line. Gary Heil into kick. He'll get a good one away. Thorpe will get it at the 20. He'll work out to the right side. We got a flag. He'll get knocked down at the 24-yard line. Got to figure where that flag was thrown. That's got to be maybe a hold on the return team.
That looks like it might be that, yes. Not good to get that on a special teams play. We know this is a well-coached group, but those are the kinds of things that can pop up these first couple weeks. You got to clean up. But yeah, looks like we'll probably be moved back on this one.
So the TV timeout folks are on the field. We'll wait for Brad Carroll, the head referee, to talk to us before we take it to the break.
During the kick, holding, receiving team. That penalty's 10 yards. First down, Stanford. Timeout on the field.
Well, with 12:45 to play in the first quarter, a 3-and-out by Stanford to start the game, and University of Hawaii counters with a 3-and-out. No score from Palo Alto. We'll take a break. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk and Ika Burrell. She is our on-site engineer doing some great work this afternoon. 12:45 to play in the first quarter. Stanford received the opening kick, 3-and-out. University of Hawaii went 3-and-out, and now it'll be Stanford football, 1st and 10 from their own 11 after a punt return that had a hold attached to it.
You know what season it is? Yeah, it's football season. But it's also the perfect time to plan your next trip. When you fly through SJC, San Jose Mineta International Airport, travel is simple. We're the closest airport to Palo Alto with easy parking reservations, a great kids play area, and tasty dining spots like Asian Box and Mikasa. So skip the stress and fly SJC this season. Plan your trip now at flysanjose.com. Fly simple, fly SJC. Go Card!
Well, go-kart needs to be the talk here on the second drive of the night. As we talked on that first drive, had a nice starter who was sitting 2nd and 5, ended up getting 3 yards on the second play, and then just dropped that third down pass. You make that catch, that's a different drive. So this one, just eliminate the mistakes.
Definitely.
Right?
I mean, it's about consistency. It's about control. It's about doing the right things over and over again, making the catch, making the block, making the tackle. Just hopefully we settle in here, get a drive started, get it moving down the field.
Well, in those 3 plays on offense for the Rainbow Warriors, you had Matt Rose right in the middle of both of them. Kind of tells you where Matt picked up this year.
He's definitely all what we hoped he would be so far.
Cardinal offense will jog out onto the field, and they'll huddle up at their own 5-yard line. Davis Warren will get the play. Killstrom, he'll spin around after he gets the play, lead this offense to the line of scrimmage. Or Novue to the right, Blackburn to the right. He's in a tight end position. Thorpe and John Anthony Hall out to the left. Single back in the backfield. There's a snap, handoff to the single back. That's Micah Ford. Takes some contact and then heads forward after contact. Got hit after a gain of 1 and scratched out a 5-yard gain. Went 4 yards with everybody on top of it.
Great individual effort to finish that one off. Get a few yards out of not much.
So Stanford will play fast. They'll put trips to the left. That's 3 receivers. 1 receiver to the right. Single back in the backfield's Micah Ford. Now they'll bring a Novue in motion. There's the snap, handoff. Micah Ford, left side run, gets tripped up right in the box, but was able to, on forward momentum, get pretty close to that first down. They're going to say he's down on the 20-yard line. Needs to get to the 21 on this third down. Davis Warren will hustle. He'll take the snap, hands it off. Big hole left side. And Micah Ford bounces off a defender at the 25, out to the 29-yard line, and we got our first down
3 runs in
of
a row.
the game.
This is Stanford football.
Davis Warren will hustle again. Now we got a flag in the air. It's going to be a legal procedure, I believe, against the Cardinal.
False start. Offense, number 11. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
All right, so
Takes your steam out of it a little bit, but
after the rolling start, they'll move it back 5 and reset things. I think this is where that helmet communication comes in big. Liam Thorpe will sub in. Tyler Quo will sub out. On the left side, we got Blackburn, Hall, and Thorpe. Now they'll move Blackburn over to the right with a Novue. Balance formation, 2 receivers each side, single back is Ford. Thorpe in motion to the right, 3 right, 1 left. There's the snap. Warren wants to throw that screen and just dirts it wisely. Tried to set it up, had a couple of defenders in his face, and wisely put it into the dirt. He'll bring up second down at 15 from the 24-yard line of Stanford. 11:09 to play in the first quarter. No score from Stanford Stadium.
And on those screens, you got to let those guys come through, but you got to slow them down a little bit. That time it looked like they got through a little too fast. There was no separation for that screen to develop.
Stanford will shuffle through things. Look a little out of sync here as they'll put 3 over to the left, 1 to the right. That's a Novue. Micah Ford still in. He's been the back the whole way thus far. There's a snap. Handoff. Ford up the middle, drags a couple of defenders with him, gets out to the 30-yard line.
It's great to see a back that can just get a couple, 3, 4 more yards individual effort after first contact. That's a.
So this brings up a third down at 9. As Davis Warren will put 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Single back. Looking at a 4-man front. Now he's going to step up and change things. Over on the right, that's Hall, Thorpe, and Blackburn. Over on the left is Onovue. Micah Ford, the single back. Warren will get the snap. 4 come with a twist. Warren has time, sends it across the middle. Caught by Hall. He's at the 50, 45, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, and knocked out of bounds all the way down in the red zone. First trip into Hawaii territory of the night, and that's on the second drive of the night. The Cardinal will hurry up. The clock will run down to 10:20 as it continues to roll.
Big play.
1st and 10 from the 13-yard line. They kept walking that ball back before they spotted it. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. There's the snap. Micah Ford up the middle into the mosh pit, and he'll send it up in there for a gain of, we'll call it 4.
Getting a little tempo going. This can, it changes things up when you can do this and kind of keep the defense out there, keep them grinding, and now you can get them tired and hopefully pound it into the end zone here.
So this will be the 9th play of the drive as the Cardinal will work a 2nd down and 6 from the 9-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. Warren out of a shotgun. He'll bring Black in motion over to the right. There's a snap, handoff. Ford up the middle, spins right at the line of scrimmage and shoves ahead. Got a gain of a yard. That was a pretty tough yard. And clock will go under 9:15 to play in the first quarter. No score.
I think that was Cedric Irvin on that one, toting it up the middle. Had the 3 tight end set in there to get the big boys out.
So that'll bring up a third down. Third down, we'll call it 5. Clock will continue to roll. They'll put 2 receivers right. One of them is Cedric Irvin. 3 receivers to the left. Do the math, tells you Warren's by himself. There's the snap. Here comes the blitz. Got to get it out. Across the middle, falls incomplete. Got a flag. We'll let him sort it out. But boy.
Yeah, you don't like to see a free blitzer coming through the A gap like that in the quarterback's face. That's a tough duty, but luckily the flag.
Defense, number 4. That foul was inside the 2-yard line. Ball be placed at the 2-yard line. First down, Stanford.
Fresh set of downs from the 2-yard line is great news. 8:41 to play in the first quarter. Cardinal grinding away. Davis Warren will take his time, step into the huddle, call the play.
So we got the heavy set back out there with the
Chico
3
Holt.
tight ends.
Yeah, Chico Holt out there. He'll go to the left with the other 3 tight ends. There's the snap, straight up the middle. Micah Ford bounces off a defender. Touchdown, Stanford Cardinal. The first touchdown of the 132nd season of Stanford football is Micah Ford off the left side with a 2-yard run, puts the Cardinal up 6-0 with 8:37 to play in the first quarter.
That was a good design. You had a hat for a hat, and then Micah just went through a tackle and drove into the end zone.
Emmett Kinney in to kick. There's the snap, the hold, the kick's away, and it is good. So with 8:37 to play, we finish up a 9-play, 89-yard drive. Took 4:08 off the clock, and Micah Ford punches it in, and the Cardinal goes up 7-0. That's a Cresco Equipment Rental touchdown drive summary. We'll take a break. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Along with Jason Fisk. 8:37 to play in the first quarter. Stanford Cardinal 9 plays, 89 yards. And it was Micah Ford in from 2 yards out. John Anthony Hall had a nice 57-yard reception right in the middle of that drive. And that was your Cresco Equipment Rentals drive summary. The Cardinal leads 7-0.
Cardinal fans, are you planning to attend an upcoming Stanford Athletics event? If so, stay in style and get a great rate. Check out gostanford.com and click on the travel button to see the preferred hotels of Stanford Athletics. This week's featured properties include Courtyard by Marriott, Palo Alto, and Creekside Inn.
Well, we look at the book on Davis Warren, 2 of 4 for 62 yards. Doesn't hurt when you got a 57-yarder to John Anthony Hall. John Anthony Hall, a guy that was injured last year and second year on the farm out of Fishers, Indiana, and looked really good on that slant route or post route, turned that ball around and went the other way and extended that return.
Yeah, he just found that hole in the middle of the field. They were in a cover 2, and Davis Warren just delivered it on target on time, and a great run with the ball after the catch.
Cam Barfield, he'll go back to receive for the Rainbow Warriors. The kicking unit will come out onto the field with Emmett Kinney. Nate Katzer, the special teams coach. And if we look at our cover team from left to right, Scotty Edwards, Tyler Quo, Preston Jernigan, Bo Tate, Zach Johnson, Charlie Eckhart, Trey Williams, Champ Hampton, Sam Neely, and Jalen Day Sumlin. As Kinney will wait for the whistle. He'll get it, toe into the leather, high spinning kick to the north end of the stadium. Barfield will signal for the fair catch at his own 3-yard line. And that'll bring the ball out to the 25-yard line as Micah Alejado and company will go to work on offense for the second time tonight, trailing 7-0 with 8:37 to play in the first quarter.
That last offensive drive was what we really were hoping to see, with Micah kind of leading the way and three running plays in a row in the mixed, for first, second, and third down to get your first down and get it going. Now we'll see the defense can enter.
So Alejado will work out of the shotgun primarily. He'll put 3 to the right, 1 to the left, single back in the backfield. He'll put a man in motion. That's Taua Efa. There's the snap, has plenty of time. Checks it down right where the linebackers are, and right where the linebackers are is where Matt Rose is. And he'll chop down Cam Barfield after what we'll call a 5-yard gain. It'll bring up 2nd down and 5. Over to the right are Taua Efa along with Brown. 2 receivers to the left, single back in the backfield. There's the snap and a whistle. I believe we got a rolling start here on the Rainbow Warriors.
Ball start. Offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
So Brad Carroll will give us the news.
Yeah, in these first games, you know, you're still trying to clean this stuff up. Those false starts, the timing, the nerves.
So those only thing better than a 2nd and 5 is a 2nd and 10, right?
There you go.
2 receivers out to the left. That's Alves along with Taua Efa. He's a tight end is what they list him as. 2 receivers right, single back in the backfield. Taua Efa will come in motion. There's the snap, handoff straight up the middle. Barfield just chopped down. Zach Rowell right there with Omar Staples. They just bring him to the ground after a gain of 1 and put the Rainbow Warriors against the sticks here with a 3rd and 9 with 7:35 to play in the first quarter.
That was a great
Rainbow
job
Warriors
interior.
trail by 7.
Interior of that defense just holding stout, pushing guys back. What we kind of talked about at the beginning. They want to establish a new line of scrimmage. Great job, and that's the way you stop the run.
Alves and Eldridge out to the left. There's 3 left, 1 to the right. Alejado by himself. Cardinals going to bring 5 with a twist. Alejado's got to run. He'll head to the right side, looks, and now will just float it down the sidelines out of bounds. Great pursuit up front by the Stanford defense. Ernest Cooper getting after it. Did we get a flag on the play?
Yeah, we did. Late flag on the sideline there. Hard to say what that's going to be.
Let Brad Carell sort it out. 7:03 to play, first quarter. Cardinal up 7-0, and it seemed like they were going to get off the field. Things did get a little wadded up over on the Stanford sideline, just a matter of who the guilty party was.
Ruling on the field is a completed catch. However, number 2 went out of bounds on his own, came back in, and was the first to touch the pass. So we have illegal touching. Offense, number 2, which is the previous spot, lost it down. It'll be 4th down.
Okay.
That's as good a news as you could get.
Definitely.
And how about that?
And that's just an example of Alejandro, though. He stayed with that play, right? Flushed out of the pocket, coming to the side. You got to keep him hemmed up and keep him contained because got lucky on that one, but that could have been a big completion.
So Garrick Heil into kick for the Rainbow Warriors. We've seen him one time already. He's out of Texas. Back to receive is Liam Thorpe. He will stand all the way back at his own 32-yard line. Cardinal up 7-0, 7:03 to play in the first quarter. Referees are going to talk things over again. Don't you assess a penalty also? They finally flipped the box to 4th down, but I thought you have the penalty plus the loss of down.
That's probably exactly what they're talking about.
But this is early in the year. I'm gonna defer to Eric, our spotter. He's gonna bail us out. So 7:03 to play. Cardinal with 95 yards of offense after their second drive.
Okay, so now it's under review.
All right, they're gonna go take a look at it. So if there was not any legal touching, it is still 4th down.
Right.
Correct?
Doesn't change anything either way, really, where the ball is going to be.
But if there was a penalty, don't you have to step off the penalty and the loss of down?
Right.
Putting the pressure on us is Brad Carell, the head referee. He'll put his head under the hood, talk with Paul Verne. He's our replay official. give you some scores from around the ACC in week 0.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't think they were going to replay.
New Mexico State there at Florida State. 4:45 to play in the first quarter, no score. North Carolina, they won 15-10 over TCU. That game over in Dublin, Ireland. The Aer Lingus College Football Classic. And then North Carolina State, they go to Charlottesville to play Virginia. Got whacked 34-8. So Virginia, they are who we thought they were.
Picking up right where they left off. So we get an answer here.
After review, the ruling on the field is upheld. 4th down.
But to your point, they still should walk it back.
The announcements are there are no announcements, right? So that'll be punt number 2 for Garrick Heil as he'll jog out onto the field. We'll reset it for you. Liam Thorpe, he'll stand down at his own 32-yard line. Garrick will have the wind at his proverbial back as he gets ready to kick this one. There's a snap, a little end-over-end kick. It'll hit, and Thorpe will short hop it to keep the roll from happening. He'll run ahead and gain a couple. Good headsy football play, because if you don't field that like a shortstop, that thing rolls about another 10 or 15 yards.
Right, which is what they're trying to get with that little rugby-style kick. Just bounce it around, let it roll down there. But luckily, it took a favorable hop, and Thorpe was able to handle it, get a couple yards, keep it from going the other way.
Stanford offense will take the field for the 3rd time with 95 yards to their name, 62 passing, 33 rushing. Micah Ford, 7 carries, 32 yards. They'll break the huddle, put 2 receivers each side. We got actually a doubles formation, so it's a tight end and a receiver to the right, 2 receivers left. Now Black will come in motion. He'll line up over off the hip of Blackburn. There's the snap, play, action, fake. Warren with all kinds of time. Sends it across the middle. Had John Anthony Hall, had 2 defenders draped around him. Right there on the play was Kona Moore. John Anthony just couldn't grab the handle. A well-designed play. He was open, just got to catch it.
Yeah, real well-designed play action, had everyone fooled. Good job by John Anthony Hall getting in the back. Just got to finish it off and make the grab.
So the incomplete pass will stop the clock. 6:37 to play in the first quarter. Stanford up 7-0. Trips right. That's 3 receivers. 1 receiver left. Got movement up front. Charlie Hoytink, I believe the right guard moved.
I think he did.
False start. Offense, number 50, 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
All right, well, we'll take it. We'll deal with it. That'll bring up 2nd down and 15. 3 receivers to the right. One of them's Blackburn. Now Blackburn will come in motion and line up off the hip of the tackle. There's a snap, handoff straight up the middle. Micah Ford, a little jump cut in the backfield. Scratches out a gain of 2. Never good news. Check that. Cedric Irvin on the carry. Never good news when they got to go to that jump cut in the backfield. There's not much in front of it.
Definitely, you're trying to find a cutback on that little zone play, and there was really nothing there. They had all the gaps covered. There was no cutback to be found.
Pressure's on here with the Stanford Cardinal offense. They're 2 of 3 on 3rd downs as they're working a 3rd and 13 from their own 35. 1 receiver left, 2 to the right. There's a snap. Warren looks, has a nice pocket, sends it across the middle. Nice catch by Blackburn. Will be oh so close to that 1st down, but short of the 1st down by about 2 yards. Ball's on the 46. Needs the 48 for a 1st down. And they will keep the offense on the field for just a second. And now, here comes the punt unit.
Good conservative.
So punt team will come out onto the field. Peyton Warford will lead them out. Your guards, Zach Johnson and Troy Williams. Your tackles, Scotty Edwards and Charlie Eckhart. Your ends, Lasiah Jackson and Sam Neely. The upbacks, Sam Mattingly, Fisher Anderson, and Preston Jernigan. A nice snap. Flintoff will get this thing up in the air. The ball will be caught. Runs sideways at the 15 and out to the 14-yard line. Big stack up there. Lots of Cardinal jerseys all over the ball. Tama Huliata on the return.
Timeout.
That'll stop the clock with 5:11 to play in the first quarter. The Cardinal up 7-0, and when we come back, it'll be the third drive of the afternoon for the Rainbow Warrior offense. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. .5:11 to play in the first quarter. The Stanford Cardinals had the ball 3 times. They had a 3-and-out with a punt. They had a 9-play, 89-yard drive that ended in a Micah Ford touchdown. Had a nice John Anthony Hall 57-yard reception. Extra point, good. And then that last drive, 3-and-out, a penalty buried in there. And when we come out of the break, University of Hawaii will have the ball at their own 19-yard line with 5:11 to play in the first quarter, trailing by 7.
Innovis is a proud sponsor of Stanford Athletics. Stanford trusts DonJoy knee braces and other products to keep their athletes protected and ready to play their best. Check out innovis.com.
Well, talk about playing good defense. That's what you got to do, I guess, behind the 3-and-out of the offense when you maybe start to go with a high-level concept over what the Stanford offense is trying to do. They're trying to establish that run game, obviously, use the play action, stay on the field.
Right.
And when you have the penalty that short circuits you like you did there, well, you got to go out there and play some defense with the Willie Shaw director of defense, Chris Richard's defense.
Well, yeah, you got you're doing it, right? You're cranking on defense. This is something you got to keep doing, and if you keep doing this, you stay in pretty much every game you can play.
Now the Rainbow Warriors gave up 30 sacks last year. It was number 9 in the Mountain West. We'll see if the Stanford Cardinal defense can get after him here. Mike Alejado will set it up. He'll put 3 to the left, 1 to the right. Single back in the backfield. There's the snap. Throws it out to the left side to Brown. Brown will get hit in the backfield, drop for a loss.
Nice.
Jay Green, the Washington transfer, comes up, makes the hardest play in football. That's an open field tackle, and drops them for a 5-yard loss. It'll bring up 2nd down and 15 from their own 14-yard line.
Those little passes out to the flat, that's Hawaii's first down run play, right? You know, they're trying to just get it. It's a long extended handoff. Great job by Jay Green sniffing that out, coming downhill, making a big play in the backfield.
Yeah, that was Devon Rice, a Kansas State transfer. 2 receivers each side this time. Cam Barfield back in at running back. Now they'll go a little waggle motion. There's the snap. Alejado tries to warm up that left arm, throws it left side. Trey Griffiths will make the catch. And right there to make the tackle is Matt Rose. He just kind of gets in there and grabs a little bit of everything. And that'll bring up a 3rd down.
What I like to see on that play, you know, ball's made, short gain. Yeah, not only the hit made, but you got everyone coming. I saw about three or 4 guys coming down, swarming the ball, and that's how you play great defense.
2 receivers out to the left side. That's Alves along with Kai Carvalho. 2 receivers right into the boundary. Deep motion by Hearns. There's the snap. Alejado sends it across the middle. Drag route. Ball is out on the ground. Scramble for it. Rainbow Warriors came up with it. That was Carvalho that made the catch. I'm not sure he caught it.
Yeah, it looked like.
I'm sure they'll look at it.
Really on the field is a completed catch. with a
As it sits
fumble
right now,
recovered.
he caught it, lost the ball, scrambled ahead, covered it himself, and that's enough for the first down. I'm surprised that you don't look at that one.
Yeah, it looked like it was a juggle coming towards the ground there, but.
And you do have, that's one of the
Rolling
rule
on.
changes this year, you have an extra challenge. So 3 receivers left, 2 to the right as Alejado tries to warm up this Hawaii offense. 1st and 10. There's a snap. Looks left. Ball just gets knocked down. Great play off the edge. Big old guy getting the mid on the ball. Gabe Kaminsky out of Riverside, Illinois.
That's just an example of forming that pocket around a shorter quarterback. Keep your eyes on him. Get your hands up. Again, there's.
You talked about that in our pregame hit on video.
Yep.
With a 5'10 quarterback, you make that pocket small, it gets tough to get that ball out of there.
That's what you get.
So to bring up 2nd down and 10 from their own 33-yard line, Rainbow Warriors trail 7-0. 3:07 to play in the first quarter. This is the 3rd drive of the night for the Rainbow Warriors. 3 to the left, 1 to the right, single back. Play action fake. Alejado's got to get out. He'll run to the left. He's got the edge. He'll turn it up 40, 35, and out to the 40. Be just short of that first down. He'll be out at the 40-yard line, so that'll bring up 3rd down. And we'll call it 3.
Braden Marceo-Lincoln was delivering pressure on that, forced him out of the pocket. Unfortunately, you also got to keep him contained. The end's got to get upfield and keep him in the pocket. A sack could have been. Now we got a 3rd and short coming.
The Rainbow Warriors will sub. They'll put 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Single back in the backfield. There's the snap. Alejado will send it right side. Just enough for that first down. Connects with Tama Juliata. Just a short out. Put that ball on a line. Nice throw, nice catch, and good play by the defender.
Yeah, good play all around. 3-yard gain. You got to live with it and move on to the next play.
So this will be the 7th play of the drive for the Rainbow Warriors. They've got 34 yards of total offense with 2 minutes to play in the first quarter. They trail by 7. 2 out to the left. That's Harris along with Griffiths. Now they'll bring Griffiths in motion to the right. Single back in the backfield. There's a snap. Handoff. Rice left side. He'll get chopped down big. Coming up is Darius Davis. He plays safety, and you're kind of like a linebacker in this 4-2-5 alignment they were in, and a nice hard tackle there. Call it a gain of 2. Bring up 2nd down and 8.
Like they're bringing him down to add him into the rush on a blitz and send it right into the play.
Ball on the Hawaii 47-yard line. Smack dab center of the field. There's the snap. Alejado looks right, throws right. Ball is caught and then run out of bounds is Audric Harris. Lonnie McAllister, the 3rd on the coverage. And to your point, Jason, that's kind of the substitute for the run game for the Rainbow Warriors.
Those quick 3-yard outs, 3-yard flares, all those
This
short
brings up
passes.
3rd down and 5. For the Rainbow Warriors, they're 2 of 3 on 3rd downs this afternoon. Stanford Cardinal's going to sub. Out to the far left goes Owls. That's a trips formation to the left. 1 receiver right. There's the snap. Little wheel route right side. Ball gets knocked down by Teverua Tafiti. Had the wheel route open to the running back, and Tafiti bailed it out.
Bottom of the pocket. It just had to squeeze on. Wasn't a particularly great rush outside, but he had leverage on the quarterback, kept him inside, kept his eyes on the quarterback. And again, you got a shorter quarterback there, lower release. You're going to have those plays.
3rd drive of the night for the Rainbow Warriors. 3rd punt of the night as they send Gary Heil out to kick it away. Liam Thorpe will stand all the way down at his own 8-yard line. Nice snap. Go with the coffin corner kick over to the left side. The cover team down there, and that ball will bite like an Eric Engel 9-iron and then run out of bounds at the 9-yard line. Stop the clock with 33 seconds to play in the first quarter. TV timeout will stay right here, so we'll stay here also.
Please reset the game clock to 26 seconds. 2-6.
So game clock says 33.
Looks like we're rolling.
Brad Carroll resets it to 26, and the Cardinal will go to work for the 4th time tonight.
It always amazes me how those punters can make it stop on a dime like that. Backspin.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Cardinal, their own 9-yard line. They'll work from the right hash. Got the big boys off to the left side there. Blackburn and Black, they're off the hip of House. John Anthony Hall to the left, Jordan Inovue to the right. Single back in the backfield. That's Micah Ford. Black will go in motion. He becomes a blocker. Handoff straight up the middle to Ford. He'll just jump in the mosh pit, Eddie Vedder style. Gain 2 to bring up 2nd down and 8. And the clock will go under 12 seconds to play in the first quarter. Stanford will play fast. They might get another snap off here. 2 receivers each side, single back. Davis Warren will take a look, and the clock will go to 0.
That is the end of the first
So
quarter.
after 15 minutes of football in Palo Alto, Stanford Cardinals got 110 yards of offense. The Rainbow Warriors have 39 yards of total offense, and the Stanford Cardinal has a 7-0 lead. We will take a break. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield.
Today, Stanford Medicine.
On the farm. Learn how you can make an impact at budcardinal.com. That's budcardinal.com.
Stand by.
Thank you for your support, and go Card.
And go.
Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium on the shores of Lake Lagunitas, I guess. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk. First quarter in the books. Stanford Cardinal leads 7-0. Coming out of the break, it'll be Stanford football. And with that,
Score big with Stanford Athletics, official credit union partner. Stanford Federal Credit Union crushes the competition with unbeatable cash rewards, great rates, and extra perks. Visit sfcu.org today.
Stanford Cardinal, 110 yards of total offense, 73 passing, 33 rushing. Rainbow Warriors of Hawaii, 39 yards total, 28 passing, 11 rushing. Micah Ford, 8 carries, 34 yards. Cedric Irvin, 2 carries for 3 yards. Benji Blackburn, 2 catches for 16. John Anthony Hall, 1 catch for 57. A couple of drops in there by Hall and Blackburn, and that's a total different story in terms of yardage.
Yeah, no, I mean it's not a bad start, but like you said, those drops are you got to get rid of them, right? You got to clean that up and make that catch when it comes to you, hit you in the hands, right? That's football. But it's also early in the season. We're still kind of getting our feet under us, and we'll get there.
So as we come out of this break, it'll be 2nd and 8, ball on their own 11-yard line. And boy, nothing profound here if you're trying to do that first quarter to second quarter adjustment. Block, tackle, catch the ball. I felt like the defense has done a good job of running to the ball, to your point.
Definitely. Swarm mentality is definitely evident. And that's we talked about the turnovers at the beginning of the game. That's when those turnovers come too. You get 11 hats running to the ball, and good things usually happen. So that's been really, really good to see.
Well, Stanford offense will hustle out onto the field. They'll do it the pro style on calling that play. They'll always come out, huddle up. Davis will get the call from Tavita via the radio, and then they'll call the play.
And then they've been going fast all game too.
Yeah, and
Coming to the line
then they pop the clutch,
Yep,
if you will.
yep.
So Inovue, Hall, and Thorpe, they'll go out to the left. Blackburn, the single receiver on the right, he's lined up as a tight end. Now they're going to balance it up and bring Inovue over to the right. Micah Ford, the single back. There's the snap. Davis Warren looks right, comes back to the left, sends it across the middle. Low and away. Thorpe missed it, hit him in the thigh pad. That's one you probably got to catch, so I think we got 3 drops thus far as we start the second quarter.
I mean, not the easiest catch in the world, a little behind him, a little low, but it's one you got to make.
Got to go get it, right? You want to win games. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Inovue's over here on the right. Single back is Ford. Rainbow Warriors showing a 4-man front. Linebackers look like they're going to drop. Warren will ask for the snap. 4 come with a twist. Warren looks down the middle, has time, checks it down, and Inovue makes the catch at about the 14-yard line. Forward progress, they're going to give him the 14 and a half, and that'll bring up 4th down, and the punt unit will trot out onto the field for their 3rd punt of the afternoon with 14:35 to play in the second quarter.
Still trying to find our footing here on offense and get some consistency.
Tama Huliata back to receive. As Flintoff will stand at his own 1. Here comes the rush, gets it out, gets a good shot up into the air over in front of the Hawai'i bench, and it'll go out of bounds as Huliata will make the over-the-shoulder catch. Depends on where they spot it up here with 14:13 to play in the first half. Hawai'i will go on offense for the 4th time. They'll work from their own 45-yard line.
Yeah, the defense has been also pretty dynamic, bringing a lot of different pressure from different areas, a lot of different twist stunts, and a lot of different things to try to keep Alejandro from getting too comfortable back there. And as to your point about the sacks, those should come soon. We got to get home.
Stanford 1 drive, 9 plays, 89 yards, and then 3 3-and-outs for their total of 4. Alejandro will set things up. He'll put 3 left, 1 right. Single back in the backfield. There's the snap. Alejandro draw to Brown. Brown gets hit by Rose. And Zach Rowell right in the middle of it. Guy out of San Diego, went to Torrey Pines High School. Same high school as your old teammate.
John Lynch.
John Lynch,
yes.
Boom, there it is.
I'm slow. Yes.
There it is. To bring up a 2nd down and a long 9. Clock will creep under, 13:45 to play in the first half. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Now they'll bring a man in motion to the left. That's Alves. Single back in the backfield. There's the snap. Alejandro looks right, comes back to the left, sends it down the middle, high and away. That ball is caught. Blaze Kamoku tracks it down at the 30-yard line of the Stanford Cardinal. And that's the first trip into Cardinal territory by this Hawai'i offense. And they'll put their foot on the gas on this first 10 from the 30 of the Cardinal. Alejandro put 3 left, 1 right. There's the snap, swings it out left side, went back to the well to Blaze Kamoku, and Blaze caught it.
Not much doing out there.
Yeah, and fell down in the backfield, lost about 1.5 yards, bringing up 2nd down and 11.5 as the Cardinal will sub. They'll put Marceo back in on defense along with Ernest Cooper.
The other thing that Stanford's doing a good job of is keeping those big boys up front fresh. They're rotating guys in, rotating them out, keeping everyone in the ability to hunt, get after it.
It looks like we're going to get a timeout on the field. 12:36 to play in the first half, and it looks like
Timeout. Hawai'i, their first of the half.
Timmy Chang will put one of those timeouts out on the table. You can't take them with you back on the plane to Honolulu. They got to keep you always gain weight when you fly after a game because all the wet gear, right?
You
So
got to leave room for
got to use that one up.
Timeouts with you too.
12:40 to play in the first half. Cardinal leads 7-0. We'll take a break. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. along with Jason Fisk and Nika Burrell. She's our on-site engineer. Beautiful afternoon in Palo Alto. 12:40 to play in the first half. Stanford Cardinal has a 7-0 lead. They've had the ball 4 times. They had 3 3-and-outs, and they had one drive where they went 9 plays, 89 yards. Micah Ford punched it in from 2 yards out.
For nearly 30 years, Total Quality Maintenance has helped keep Stanford Athletics facilities clean, safe, and sustainable. TQM is proud to support Stanford Athletics. Visit tqm.bz to learn more. Total Quality Maintenance has proudly supported Stanford Athletics for nearly 30 years, providing sustainable, professional cleaning services. Learn more at tqm.bz.
Well, and all those first game things, couple of penalties where guys are jumping, and 3 drops, I guess.
Yep.
And those 3 drops probably change the complexion of the 3-and-out drives. It's serious here for the Stanford Cardinal defense. Second down, and we'll call it 11. Ball on the 31-yard line of the Cardinal. Micah Alejado will set things up. He'll take the snap. The lefty looks right, pulls it down, sends it down the middle, has Alves behind coverage. It falls incomplete. Devin Alves, the ACC transfer from Virginia Tech, got behind coverage, just couldn't grab it, and it falls incomplete. Bring up third down.
That's a long foul ball there. Could have been all the sauce right there, but yeah, he couldn't crack it down. Got to get some heat.
So interesting if you think about a field goal for the Rainbow Warriors as we get ready for this third down and 11 from the 31. Probably need about 5 more yards for Stephen Oliveira Harley. 2 receivers each side. Now they'll bring Blaze Kamoku on waggle motion. There's the snap. Alejado looks right, pulls it down, wants to run left. Tafiti in his face, sends it down the sideline. Ball caught inside the 15, finally knocked down at the 12-yard line by Josiah Galvan was Blaze Kamoku. Kamoku just sat down in the open spot. Going to be a fresh set of downs for the Hawai'i offense. It'll bring up 1st and 10 from the 12-yard line of the Cardinal. 12:05 to play in the first half. Cardinal defending a 7-point lead.
We've seen this a few times. We get pressure in the middle, but we can't keep him contained. He gets out, finds a target downfield.
Single back in the backfield is Brown. 2 receivers right, 2 left. Fake handoff, they'll throw it on a swing out to the left side and chop down there. Great defensive play. It's old Charlie Eckhart coming up and just blowing things up. Titan Lackadon on the reception. By the way, that's an all Mountain West name team right there. Titan and Blaze.
One of the things in these early games that you kind of often see is just open field tackling not being quite up to par, but so far for Stanford, that's been a real bright spot. Guys are getting the ball and getting cut down right where they catch it.
Cole Breeler will sub in on the defensive line for the defense. Triangle formation on the left. That's 3 receivers, 1 receiver right. There's the snap. Alejado looks left, slings it left. Alves with the catch at the 6. Sticks his nose down inside the 5. Thought the ball came out for a minute. They scramble for it. He'll be short of the first down. So this will bring up a third down, and we'll call it 1.
The low red zone here.
From the 3-yard line. For the Rainbow Warriors, they've rushed for 12 yards thus far this afternoon. They'll sub and bring in Devin Tawaefa. He's a tight end, one of the bigger guys on the roster. Single back in the backfield, Satani Mikaele. There's the snap, got a whistle, got a rolling start, or a timeout by Timmy Chang.
So wise timeout when you don't see anything. Something you like, you get out of it.
So he hustled down, got that timeout called. 10:21 to play.
Timeout, Hawaii, their second of the half. Please reset the game clock to 10:23. Thank you.
So reset the clock. This will be the 8th play of the drive for the Rainbow Warriors after this timeout. They've gone 7 plays, 52 yards. far and away their best drive of the afternoon. Their previous drive was 9 plays, 31 yards. And this is probably the worst part of the field for the Rainbow Warriors in terms of play calling. We're going to take a quick break, allow our stations to identify themselves.
KNDR.
Stand by.
Your home for Stanford Football. KTCT San Mateo and KSAN HD3 San Mateo. A Cumulus station.
And go.
Rainbow Warriors will jog out onto the field, huddle up, and the Stanford Cardinal will sub accordingly on defense off of personnel. Single back in the backfield. 4 receivers to the left. Now they'll shift things around and move it over. Cam Barfield, the single back. Alejado will go under center. He'll hand it off on the belly sweep. Right side to Rice, and he's in. From 3 yards out, Devon Rice makes it a foot race to the right pylon, and the Las Vegas, Nevada native makes the score 7-6 with 10:18 to play in the first half.
I imagine they saw something on that previous formation and came back, called the timeout, and dialed up that play because they thought they had something and didn't have an edge.
Sean Oliveira Harley in the kick. Snap, hold, kicks away, and it is good. So with 10:18 to play in the first half, we are tied up at 7 apiece. On the other side of the break, the Stanford return unit will get out onto the field and put this ball back into play. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Along with Jason Fisk. 10:18 to play in the first half, and that last drive, University of Hawaii started on their own 45-yard line. They went 8 plays, 55 yards, capped it off with a 3-yard run by Devin Rice. The extra point by Oliveira Harley was good. We're tied at 7 apiece.
Cardinal fans, are you planning to attend an upcoming Stanford Athletics event? If so, stay in style and get a great rate. Check out GoStanford.com and click on the travel button to see the preferred hotels of Stanford Athletics. This week's featured properties include Four Seasons Hotel, Silicon Valley, and Nobu Hotel, Palo Alto.
Well, after that drive, the University of Hawaii kind of squares things up statistically. Of course, neither team really burning it down. 94 yards for Hawaii. 79 passing, 15 rushing for Stanford, 114, 77 in the air, 37 on the ground. Mike Alejado, 12 of 17, completing 71% of his passes, and Davis Warren, 4 of 8, completing 50% of his passes.
Seems like most of the plays have become when either Alejado has gotten out of the pocket, been able to keep his vision downfield, made a play, or that time we didn't set an edge and rushed around the end for a touchdown.
Yeah, and 3 drops on your 4 of 8 makes you 7 of 8. That changes those numbers a little bit. I bring that up in the most positive of ways too, right? Those are those things that start to fix themselves.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Back to receive is Chris Davis for the Stanford Cardinal. He's from Picayune Memorial High School. Champ Hampton, he'll stand up at the 10-yard line. Same return group in front of him. Oliveira, Heil, Harley will get the ball into the air. Davis will watch it go over his head into the end zone. Put the arms out and get the touchback, so the ball come out to the 25-yard line. 5th drive of the night for the Stanford Cardinal. They've had 4 drives, 3 have been a 3 and out.
It's time to establish a rhythm, get something going, establish the run on first play, stay on time, and get some identity built around this offense.
Atticus Joseph looks like he's subbed in on offense for the Cardinal. That guy, a freshman, he can run. He'll go over to the left side with Thorpe, and Novue will come over to the right. And it looks like Blackburn in a wing right off the hip of Fisher Anderson. Single back is Ford. There's a snap, handoff. Ford up the middle, lots of traffic. Kept the feet moving. Should have lost 2, gained 5 from first contact, but netted 3, so it'll bring up a 2nd and 7.
Yeah, not much there. Found a little seam, but Hawaii's doing a pretty good job of plugging up all the gaps up front. Again, falling forward. If you can get that extra 2-3 yards as a running back by yourself, that pays big dividends.
9:50 to play in the first half. We're tied at 7 apiece for the Stanford Cardinal. They'll work this 2nd and 7 from their own 28. There's a snap, play action fake. Warren wants to throw, zips it. Caught right there by Atticus Joseph, and he's all the way out to the 50-yard line. Kind of a stumbling catch for the freshman. First catch of his Stanford career, gets the ball out to the 50-yard line. Cardinal will play fast.
Nice play action again. Takes the rush off you, and a good job getting out.
Arm angle was good, right?
Yeah.
By Warren. 3 receivers tight to the right. 2 of them are tight ends. 1 receiver left. There's the snap. Pitch right side to Ford. He'll get to the 50. Break a tackle. There's a hole. 40, 30. Down the sideline. Tapped out of bounds. Down near the 20. It'll depend on where they spot the ball. They're going to say he's out of bounds at the 22-yard line. That was the shot you're looking for.
Yep. Now you hit him inside, now you get outside, and a big play comes.
Tavita Pritchett will keep his foot on the gas. There's the snap. Ford up the middle, another big hole, big collision. He'll just shove it forward. The rugby ball keeps moving, no whistle. And he gets it all the way down to the 15-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd down and 3. Clock says 8:58 to play in the first half. Cardinal with 7, Rainbow Warriors with 7. Zion Robinson subbed in. He'll line up on the right side. Big, tall, strapping freshman. Over to the left, Brown getting his first minutes of the night with a Novue. Tight end Blackburn, he'll set to the right. Cedric Irvin, the single back to the right of Davis Warren. Davis Warren will look at the defense, 4-man front. There's a snap, 5 come. Warren with time, sends it left side. 50-50 ball, incomplete. Wanted a Novue. Oh, now we got a motion where you're putting the sword away, and that's supposed to be a penalty.
Should have been, right?
In the 2026 season.
Well, they missed that one. Mountain West officials. Yeah, that ball, you just hope your receiver can go up and get that one. 50-50 ball, like you said. A shot at the end.
So this will bring up 3rd and 3. Ball on the 15-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. Cedric Irvin, the single back. Tight end to the left side is Blackburn. 3 receivers right. There's the snap. Straight up the middle. Cedric Irvin just turning and burning. Low man wins. Believe he got enough for the first down, and he did. He'll put that ball right about the 11-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10. You can get that first down at about the 1 as we go under 8 minutes to play in the first half.
Great job by him as well, keeping his feet churning on first contact. Not much there. Little seam, but he just kept on pushing. Nice gain for the first down.
Micah Ford back in the game. He's got 9 carries thus far. He's going to line up deep as Warren will go under center. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Now they'll bring a man in motion. That's Joseph to the left. Handoff left side forward. He'll cut it back, stay on his feet. Coffee grinder move there as he gets chopped down and then keeps going. Jemai Otis had a shot at him. Got the ball down to the 6-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd down and 5.
He does a great job with that cut. It's like it's an elusive, like soft cut,
Yeah.
but he's always going forward as he's making the cut, so he's continuing to gain ground.
And he's so compact, you can't get a hold of something, right? 3 receivers to the right, Inovue, Thorpe, and Joseph. Now they'll bring Inovue over to the left. Single back is forward. There's the snap. Warren looks right side, slant route, touchdown, Stanford Cardinal. Atticus Joseph, the freshman, makes a snag in traffic. He's out of Snellville, Georgia, went to Collin Hills High School, and he puts the Cardinal up 13-7 with 7:02 to play in the first half.
Coach Pritchard said he likes all his different tools at receiver, and there's a nice tool, nice slant route, nice strong hands catching the ball for the touchdown.
Boy, that didn't look like a freshman right there when he went and got that ball. Emmett Kinney in to kick. Flintoff to hold. Good snap. Good hold. Kicks away. It is good. So the Stanford Cardinal able to kick it in on offense. They go up 14-7 with 7:02 to play in the first half. We'll take a break. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Thank you.
National Airport. Travel is simple. We're the closest airport to Palo Alto with easy parking reservations, a great kids play area, and tasty dining spots like Asian Box and Mikasa. So skip the stress and fly SJC this season. Plan your trip now. Fly at flysanjose.com. Fly simple, fly SJC. Go Car.
Well, that Cresco Reynolds drive summary says 8 plays, 75 yards for the Stanford Cardinal. Davis Warren to Atticus Joseph. That's the first touchdown throw of the season for Davis Warren, the 8th of his career. And of course the first for Atticus Joseph. That's, I'm hoping he's got parents here at the game tonight and family.
That's an exciting.
If not, that's a fun phone call home later on. Hey, did you see that? Right?
And with today's game, you probably can't see it because you can see any game out there from anywhere on the planet.
Boy, and you know, you look at that is what the doctor ordered, right? You needed to answer after Hawai'i had that 8-play, 55-yard drive, and you put together a drive with no mistakes.
Very clean.
You get that one big Micah Ford run, and you're on your way.
Yeah, good play calling there too. You know, they've been bunching up inside on defense, and to get it outside, give them a chance to get out in space with some pullers in front of them. A big run kind of set the tone for that drive by Michael Ford.
Emmett Kinney set to kick it away. Tomo Uliata back to receive. He'll stand about 3 yards deep in his own end zone and call for the fair catch. Cover team. 10 guys on that cover team. All 10 guys in the end zone on that fair catch. You never played special teams. That's why you were in the NFL for 12 years. You never had to do special teams like some of us.
I played some special teams back in the day. I did the tough stuff. Back when we had the wedge, you had to sit back there and wait for those guys running down.
7th grade football, you were always a starter. This will be the 5th drive of the night for the Rainbow Warriors that go to work with 7:02 to play in the first half. Alejado with the snap. Looks to his right. Got to get out of there. Getting chased. He's going to get sacked. Brought down from behind by Kaminsky, and the twitchy Sam Mattingly on a blitz from his inside linebacker spot. Able to drop him for a loss.
The blitz with really good coverage down the field. Look, he had man coverage. They stayed locked up. Alejandro had nowhere to go. Good blitz pattern, and got home.
Anytime you start with a sack, that's always a pretty good thing.
Definitely. Only thing better than a sack is to follow it up with a sack.
Or a strip sack for a scoop and run.
That too.
2 receivers each side. Over here on the left is Harris and Alves. There's the snap. Alejado looks right, slings it behind the intended receiver. Wanted Juliada. That ball fell incomplete. That'll bring up a 3rd down and 15. Hawai'i 4 of 6 on 3rd downs this year. This is a big one for Stanford, because what is that percentage when you get whoever you're playing to punt from inside their own 20? Chances of you getting points are pretty good.
Pretty good. You got to make this play. See if the rush can get home again.
Alejado put trips to the left. Single receiver to the right. One back in the backfield. There's the snap. Alejado's going to sprint out to the left. Lefty with Mattingly in his face. Ball up in the air. Is it intercepted? Darius Davis claims he has it. The referee says he doesn't. A great hit by Sam Mattingly as he closed the gap on the sprint out. And the Chris Richard defense pitching a sweet little 3 and out.
Yeah, that was a great ad blitz, I think is what they call that. He saw Alejado get out on the edge, and he just triggered and goes. He didn't have any coverage at that point. Got out there, kept him from getting out, forced a bad throw.
Gary Heil will punt it away, standing on his own 5. Liam Thorpe back at his own 38. There's the snap. Heil's just going to put it low. It's going to bounce. Make sure a return guy doesn't get hit by it. Messiah Jackson will grab it without calling for a fair catch and then get shoved backwards.
Looked like he didn't realize that was a live ball when he got on.
Yeah, a little bit scary, but
but better to catch it than let it keep rolling.
Yes. So we're going to end up with a 1st down, but first touch was up at the 41. They've got it spotted at the 37. Now they're going to walk it back, I believe, right, to the 41. Forward progress.
Yeah.
Even better. Looks like they're going to put it at the 42.
We'll take it.
5:55 to play in the first half. Cardinal up 14-7. Micah Ford, he's in at running back. He's doing some work. 12 carries, 77 yards. That's not a bad first half.
Not a bad start.
Of course, you hit that big one there for 28 yards. 3 receivers to the right. They're in tight. 1 tight end to the left. Under center goes Warren. He'll bring a man in motion. That's Quo. There's the snap. Play action fake. Set it up. Nobody open. Now he'll look. Throw it underneath. Great catch by Ford. He'll catch it and then just errantly stepped out of bounds, so it's only a gain of 1. You can tell he was kind of upset with himself.
If he could have got his hips around and broken a tackle, there would have been a lot of room for him to keep going with that one. But they were looking for the deep ball on that with the play action, and it just wasn't open. Smart by Davis of just going to his check down there.
What an athletic guy Ford is. That was a pretty good catch.
Yeah.
3 to the right, tight end to the left. That's Blackburn. Warren will work out of a shotgun, staring at a 4-man front. They'll bring Langdon Horace in motion. There's the snap. They pull Hoytink to the left. Ford will follow him up in there. Boy, there's some pushing around going on between the tackles. Aiden Killstrom, the Harvard grad, just buried a guy right there on the Stanford S.
And that's a little, it's almost like it used to call it a counter OT. Now it's a counter OH. Different guys pulling back. You get the play starting one side, coming back the other way with pullers coming in the hole.
Yeah, bringing that tight end across there. He's got a couple more steps, right? A little more momentum. 2 receivers each side. It's balanced up. Ball on the left hash for this 3rd down, and we'll call it 6. Single back is forward. Warren will bring a man in motion to the right. There's the snap. Hand it off straight up the middle. Ford just finds the gap. Sneaks right up behind Fisher. Anderson moves the chains just like you draw it up. And it'll be a fresh set of downs. Ball set at the 46-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors.
Yeah, that looked like an inside zone to the left, but he pretty much just ran straight downhill, and the offensive line just pushed the whole defensive line off to the left, and there was a seam straight down the middle.
Black and Blackburn to the left. Blackburn on the line of scrimmage. Now they're going to shift and put Black to the right. Blackburn will go back to the left. 2 receivers right. Single back is forward. There's the snap. They'll do a double reverse. Now they want to throw it. Warren's going to pull it down. He's going to run 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, and then wisely dances out of bounds right behind the block of Aiden Black. Got him to bite on that double reverse. Davis Warren probably isn't going to win a foot race, but had lots of that nice green grass we talked about earlier.
Heck, with that much green grass, I could make a few yards on that one myself.
He'll get that ball all the way down to the 21-yard line. It'll bring up 1st and 10. 3:43 to play in the first half. Clock continues to roll. Cardinal up 14-7, trying to go up 20-7. They'll take the 2 big tight ends, move them from the left to the right. Langdon Horace in on the right. Over on the left is Tyler Quo. Micah Ford, the single back. They'll hand it to Micah. Gets hit in the backfield, bounces off, and then is just covered up there. Great play on defense by Kona Moore, the cornerback, sneaking down in there. It'll be a loss of 3. Bring up 2nd down and 13 from the 25-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors.
Hawaii's defense doing a little swarming of their own on that one.
Zion Robinson.
Whole crew coming down.
He'll split out to the left with Langdon Horace. 2 true freshmen over there on the left. Got the 2 tight ends on the right. They're sitting right on the ACC logo. Single back, Cedric Irvin in. There's the snap, play action fake. Warren looks right side. Laid it up for Black, put it on him. About as good a ball as you could throw. A tough catch, but probably should have been caught down by the goal line, and that ball falls incomplete.
Wait, that would be number 4. Yeah, definitely one you should have caught. Had a great play design there, great throw. Again, we got to go up and compete for that ball and bring it down.
Marcus Brown will sub in. He'll go over to the left side with Langdon Horace. Benji Blackburn over on the right. He's flexed on the line of scrimmage with Zion Robinson. Cedric Irvin, the single back. There's a snap, 4-man rush, plenty of time. Warren just hits a stick route. Zion Robinson with his first catch as a Stanford Cardinal. Did what he could do with it, made the nice clean catch. Get you within striking distance here. The chains look to be off to me by about a yard from one side of the field to the other. So it is 4th down.
Give it a go.
And we're going to call it 4th and 4. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Now they'll bring Blackburn to the left. 3 left, 1 right. Davis Warren's going to change things. Cedric Irvin, the single back to his right, and now we're going to get a timeout by Tavita Pritchard.
This is the 2-minute
to talk
timeout.
things over.
Yeah, that's the one where you're just trying to sneak the first down, trying to get him to jump off sides, make it look like you're doing something, give a hard count, call the timeout.
And we're on that 2-minute warning, the 2-minute timeout, as they call it in the college game. After 7 plays, 43 yards, we will take a break, and when we come back, we'll see what Stanford decides to do on this 4th down. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Kevin Richardson along with the old green dot. Defensive lineman Jason Fisk. Just dated myself. If you didn't laugh, well, you're not old enough to understand the green dot. 2 minutes to play in the first half. They call it the 2-minute timeout in the college game. Stanford Cardinal up 14-7, and out of this break, it'll be 4th down. We'll see what Tavita Pritchard does on this 4th and 4 from the 15-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors.
Tired of aches and pains keeping you from doing what you love? Repairl takes a different approach to recovery. No compression, no restriction, just advanced fabric technology designed to help relieve pain and support recovery. It's used by Stanford Football Athletics. To visit repairl.com and save 20% with code CARDINAL20.
Well, you think about how this drive started at your own 42-yard line. It was by virtue of making your opponent punt from inside their own 20.
Yep.
Now you're down in the red zone. Got a decision to make here. It looks like Peyton Warford's out onto the field, which would tell me the kicking unit will head out. But pretty strong bell curve on your side, right? When you make your opponent punt from inside their own 20.
Especially when it's an end-over-end low grounder coming to you. And
so
you catch
Flintoff will hold. He's going to hold the ball at what we'll call the 23-yard line. So this will be a 33-yarder, well within range for Emmett Kinney. There's the snap, there's the hold, kicks away, it's no good. Got tipped.
Yeah.
There goes my bell curve. Clock will stop with 1:57 to play, but a push on the left side offensively. They got a hand up on it, and just enough to derail that kick.
Something you don't see very often in today's game with the quick snap getting back there and the ball getting up, but yeah, a little just too much pressure inside, and got a hand up and got it blocked.
8 plays, 43 yards, all for naught for the Stanford Cardinal. So now you got to flip it around here and play some defense as you get the 6th drive of the afternoon for the Rainbow Warriors. Got to figure that down 14-7, you're not going to see Timmy Chang and company sit on the ball here.
Yeah, they'll try to get some points.
2 receivers each side. Satani Mike Ale, the running back. There's the snap. Alejado floats it right side. Wanted Tama Juliana, who was behind coverage by about a half a step, but boy, that is a tough catch. Running that way in the stadium late in an afternoon, you're looking right into the sun, and that ball falls incomplete. It'll bring up a 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, good coverage downfield. Zach Rowell had a good second effort pass rush move to get in the face. And
how about Stanford now?
Throw.
You got 3 timeouts. If you can get an incomplete pass here, that could get interesting. 2 receivers each side. High snap, Alejado Anderson. Looks left, comes back to the right. Getting some pressure. Kaminsky grabs him and just ragdolls him to the ground.
Nice.
2nd time in there for the big defensive lineman. Just coming off the edge, making a nice play. And do they use that timeout?
You did a good job.
Stanford, their first of the half, 30 seconds.
They're doing something interesting with their defensive line. They're lining 3 guys up to one side and 1 guy to the other. That takes the center towards the 3 guys, and it leaves one-on-ones on the backside. So that's what you had there. Great job, making a move, getting upfield, feeling the quarterback, falling, trying to slump under and coming underneath and making the sack.
Well, and then they gave him a half a sack before, so he's got 1.5 in this first half. And gave a guy that really started to kind of show up for me at practice the last couple of weeks. Early on, I didn't notice him. Last couple of weeks, I was kind of like, wow, that guy's making some plays, and boy, that's been playing out here
showing up
this
today.
Afternoon.
Showing up today for sure.
So Tavita Pritchard with 2 timeouts on the board. They're defending a 3rd down and 18 right here. Ball on the 12-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. Defensive front looks to be Cooper, Rowell, and Tafiti. Single back is Michele. 2 receivers each side. Alahada with the snap, high but handled. Looks, has plenty of time, now will send it across the middle. Ball bounces off the outstretched arm of Devin Alves, falls incomplete, stops the clock with 1:33 to play. Stanford with 2 timeouts, and we will see the punt unit out onto the field for the Rainbow Warriors for the 5th time tonight.
Another chance to hopefully to add to the lead going into halftime.
6 drives, 5 punts. How do you come after this? Gehrig Heil, a young guy, he'll stand about 4 yards deep in his own end zone. There's a snap, a good one. They're going to go for the return. He'll put it low. Low spinner. Thorpe will take a look at it. Wanted to grab it like a grounder and then wisely got away. That ball will roll all the way down to the 43-yard line.
Yeah, that kick, you got to be careful if you're the return team, because as the back's turn, you're going to set up your blocks. If it hits you on the way down, it's a live ball. So definitely an interesting strategy by Hawai'i with that low roller grounder punt style.
And having been a guy different than you that played a lot of punt return, and I'm not the guy catching it, believe me, that is hard, right? Because you're trying to shadow the cover guy.
Yeah.
And
focus is elsewhere.
And
so.
you don't hear that ball whistling down,
yep.
chasing you down. So minute 20 to play. Probably got to get the ball down to about the 35-yard line to put Emmett Kinney in business. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Single back, that's Ford. There's the snap. 4-man rush, plenty of time. Warren looks right side. Thorpe with the catch at the 50, down to the 45, bounces off a defender. Still going. We'll call him down at the 38-yard line. He'll jump up and point. New York City native. Went to the Hunt School of Princeton. Played a lot last year on special teams. A nice catch right there.
Davis Warren's got some good time back there to find his receivers.
Ball on the 38 of the Rainbow Warriors. There's a snap. Right side throw. Put it in Micah Ford's hands. He dropped it. That's the bad news. The good news is stops the clock right away with 1:04 to play. Still 2 timeouts on the board for the Cardinal.
Get the time back anyway.
John Anthony Hall, Liam Thorpe, and Benji Blackburn. They're flexed out to the left. Jordan Novue, he's on the right. Micah Ford, the single back. Just a 4-man front, 4 come on the snap. Warren looks, has time, sends it left side. Threw it high and away. Wanted John Anthony Hall out on the numbers right down at about the 20.
It's a little bit tall for him. That was he's having plenty of time back there to survey the field. And that was just a little off target.
Interesting down here too. Ball on the 37.5-yard line. Probably got to be down at about the inside the 35 to try a kick. 59 seconds to play. Same personnel, both sides. Single back is Ford. There's a snap, 4-man rush. Steps up, has to get out, pulls it down, wants to run, picks up a block by Ford, gets to the sideline, takes a shot right to the chops by Elijah Gibson. Like him to find that sideline a little quicker, but in all fairness to Davis, he was trying to find the first down too. This will bring up 4th down.
Looks like we're going to give it a try here.
Ball on the 30-yard line. 52 seconds to play. You got 2 timeouts. You get that first down, it'll stop the clock. 2 left, 2 right. There's a snap. Davis Warren looks to the right side. Ball falls incomplete, gets knocked down. Matagi Thompson swats down that look-in route, and the Cardinal will give the ball up on downs. Ouch.
One you'd like to get back, right? Definitely had a good play design. Just the ball was a little low delivered, and you had good coverage by Hawai'i.
So 49 seconds to play after a 5-play, 27-yard drive.
Turn the tables a little bit here. Hawai'i probably not content again to sit and take a knee. They're gonna try to push it, see if they can make something happen here.
Yeah, be ready for that wheel route right here. They're pretty good at running that. 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Single back in the backfield. That is Brown. There's a snap. Little screen to Brown, sniffed out. Nice play by the defense. Those are the plays that make Jason Fisk happy. When you don't get blocked as a defensive lineman.
Freeze, turn around, and find the ball.
Teverua Tafiti and Matt Rose right there on the tackle.
Good job.
2nd down and 11. Clock will continue to roll. It goes under 25 to play. There's a snap, high but handled. Alejado sends it left side. Ball falls incomplete. Wanted Audric Harris. Incomplete pass will stop the clock with 20 seconds to play.
Good consistent pressure, keeping him on time, making him have to get the ball out of his hand.
9 receivers in the mix for the Rainbow Warriors. 7 receivers in the mix for the Stanford Cardinal. And one of those teams did not supply starting rosters. I'll point that out as I go broadcaster diva with 20 seconds to play. 3rd down and 11. 2 receivers each side. There's the snap. Alejado looks to the left, slant route, falls incomplete. Great coverage there.
Yeah.
Brandon Nicholson. That guy had a great fall camp, played great football last year, and we'll see the punt unit out onto the field for the 6th time for the Rainbow Warriors. 7 drives, 6 punts.
Not a bad defensive start.
Gary Heil will stand at his own 14. Ooh. Oh. So snap was off to the right to kind of set up that running kick. Heil dropped it.
Unfortunately.
And the flag came out. Got to be a rolling start against the offense would be my take.
Prior to the snap, false start, kicking team number 20. 5-yard penalty, still 4th down. Please reset the game clock to 16
that would have been
seconds.
What could have been.
Could have been. That's one where your coach, hey, good job messing that up. Because could have been big time the other way for us.
So they'll reset things. Ball will be snapped from the 24-yard line. It'd be kicked from the 9-yard line. Thorpe back to receive. Low snap again. Ooh, pretty close. Heil will get it out right side. It'll hit at the 50 and take a Hawai'i bounce all the way down inside the 35-yard line. They'll call it dead at the 33-yard line. 3 seconds on the clock. So that was a 3 and out for the Hawai'i offense.
Do you take a shot at the end zone here, or you're just content to go into half up by 7?
Yeah, the timeouts do you no good, right? With 3 seconds, you don't have a 1.5 second play in your pocket. My hunch is you do a little victory formation.
And
Hawai'i will get the ball to start the second half. Remember, they won the toss and deferred.
Or
they're going
let's
to line
take a
it
shot.
up, run a play here. Atticus Joseph out to the right with Langdon Horace and Benji Blackburn. 2 receivers to the left. There's the snap. Warren's going to throw it right side. Langdon Horace with it. He'll get upfield, make the catch. Hustle up in there and get pulled down as the clock will go to 0. Langdon Horace will grab his first catch as a Stanford Cardinal.
That's one where you're looking like you're going for it, but it's a safe play. Sometimes those break open, and you get a missed tackle or two, and you can sneak it in without taking the chance.
And you've got literally what I would call a fleet of young receivers.
Yeah.
Throw it to him.
See what happens.
Let him run on an August afternoon. So after 2 quarters of football, the Stanford Cardinal, they have a 14-7 lead. We'll take a break. When we come back, it'll be the Stanford Cardinal halftime show, and we will have some stats right here from Stanford Stadium. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. the middle. Micah Ford bounces off a defender. Touchdown, Stanford Cardinal. The first touchdown of the 132nd season of Stanford football is Micah Ford off the left side with a 2-yard run, puts the Cardinal up 6-0 with 8:37 to play.
And go.
Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk. We are at halftime. The Stanford Cardinal, they've got a 14-7 lead, and part of it has been because of Micah Ford. 15 carries, 85 yards, 1 touchdown, a 28-yarder was his longest of the first half. And Jason, we look at these stats. Stanford, 268 yards of offense, 143 in the air, 125 on the ground. For Davis Warren, 10 of 19, 53%. Want to get that up above 60 by the time we go final. Got 8 receivers in the mix. Atticus Joseph with 2 catches for 28 yards. Benji Blackburn, 2 catches for 16. John Anthony Hall, 1 catch for 57. Liam Thorpe, Zion Robinson, Langdon Horace, Jordan Inovue, Micah Ford, all with 1 catch each. University of Hawaii, just 81 yards of total offense. They had 7 drives, 6 of them ended up in being punts. Micah Alejado, 13 of 24 for those 78 yards passing and just 3 yards rushing. They've got 9 receivers in the mix. Blaze Kamoku, 3 catches, 42 yards. He is their leading receiver. I keep thinking about a couple of penalties that just snuffed a couple of drives.
Yep.
And
the drops.
That changes these numbers a lot. Right. Not that 268 at halftime when you're talking about a team that averaged 307 per game last year. It's a good start. And boy, I like that 125 rushing, keeping in mind the Cardinal rushed for 85 per game last year.
Definitely. That's just nice to see. That keeps you playing, keeps you on time, keeps the offense going. You know, if you can run the ball like that, and Mike is just, we've said it again and again, he's doing a great job of just keeping his feet running after contact. He doesn't lose yards. He falls forward and gets you that extra 2 or 3, and those yards really add up because they're the difference between keeping you on schedule and a drive. Of course, the stats that you need to have go your way is the score, right? You would think looking at those that it would be more lopsided than it is, but you know, there's, like you said, those missed drop balls and a couple of penalties here and there, and that's the difference.
Boy, a couple of things I like here. Matt Rose, he's got 4 tackles. That was kind of, you kind of figured that watching Matt Rose's fall in fall camp. But you got Gabe Kaminsky, 1.5 sacks, and Sam Mattingly, the linebacker, with a 0.5 sack. Boy, that was on the play where Alejado was on just that sprint out, and to your point, it triggers as soon as he crosses your face, get downhill. I can't stress how hard that is to close that ground that fast.
I mean, and the thing with that is, especially early in the season, you don't see those angles at full speed during practice. You know, you're taking an angle and you got to kind of slow up because you don't want to hurt your own quarterback. But to have that drive, and he triggered so fast. I think what they're kind of doing, they have like two stances on offense to get pressure. One is they're coming with 4, sometimes adding another guy in, doing a lot of mixing in games up front. But then they're just going with a 3-man rush on longer downs and distances on 3rd down. And there's a spy back there, and I think he's just waiting for a hole to open up, and he's got authority to trigger wherever he wants to go if something opens. And that's where that sack came, I think.
Well, again, Micah Ford, 15 carries, 85 yards last year in Honolulu, 26 carries, 113 yards, and 1 touchdown. We're at halftime. Stanford Cardinal leads 14-7. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to hear from the Kevin Hogan quarterback coach. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Stanford University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Welcome back to the Stanford Cardinal football halftime show. Our guest for this segment, the Kevin Hogan quarterback coach Brian Lindgren, hails from Walla Walla, Washington, and played his football at University of Idaho, a Vandal back in the day. Coach, thanks for spending some time with us.
Yeah, no problem. Great to be here.
Well, as a quarterback, I always love pulling these numbers out. 6,451 yards passing, 44 touchdowns as a quarterback. That's not a bad career. And then 6 TDs against San Diego State in one game. I'll point that out, right?
Yeah. We won that one. Yeah, it was nice. Playing up in Idaho, we played in the dome, so it was always 70 degrees. No wind. Kind of like the weather here.
Kibbe Dome, always an advantage, right? Well, talk about your career choice here. Not only are you a coach, but you're coaching quarterbacks. I feel like, especially a quarterback, that's such a huge advantage because you know what the quarterbacks are looking at. Did you always think, hey, I'm going to be a quarterback guy, or did you just say, hey, I'm going to go be a football coach and see what happens?
No, I was always drawn to the quarterback, position, and I do feel like coaching the position, you have a feel for what you can expect out there and what's realistic. And sometimes guys that haven't played the position see a guy that's wide open and it can kind of expect you to get there, but it's getting there and being able to negotiate a pass rush and teach them a progression and how to read defenses. It's a fun challenge, and it's a fun deal to do on a daily basis with those guys.
And I got to ask you, how's the arm after all these years? Because I see Ryan Burns out here. He's a little younger than us, right? Throwing it around, but still able to throw it a little bit.
There's plenty of ex-quarterbacks on staff where I'm down the line, Yeah, I'm way down in the bullpen. Yeah.
Well, talk about this year specifically. You're focused on the quarterback and the passing game, and Coach Heffernan as the OC, and he's kind of an offensive line guy. He had a great story talking about how he ended up coaching offensive line because he wasn't one of the fastest guys on the team. But how has that focus on just the one position versus a coordinator that's worrying about the whole offense, how's that been with your quarterback room? And maybe tell us a little bit about Davis Warren and some of the other guys in there.
Yeah, no, it has been fun just, not having all that on your plate as far as scripting and organizing everything to where, once I can contribute to the game plan and bounce ideas and be as a, somebody that those guys can use as a resource for the game planning and play calling situations, but being able to really dive in and spend more time with the QB on a day-to-day basis, and work with those guys and teaching them the game plan and working with them through the week. It's just it's fun having that extra time, and I just think it's a good challenge, and I've really enjoyed the relationship, that they've already developed with Davis.
Right, and Davis, of course, the second transfer in a row here at Stanford to be a starter. Ben Gulbranson last year, a guy that you knew well from your Oregon State days. But talk about Davis and kind of where he's at right now. It feels like to me, watching fall camp the last couple of weeks, it all has started to kind of click for him.
Yeah, he's done a nice job. I mean, I think the biggest thing that Davis brought to this program, is just leadership experience. He's been in some big games. He's won some big games. He's gone on the road and had to be in some adverse situations. So just that presence and confidence of having done that has been really good for some of the young guys that we're playing right now. And then Davis, I think it's been fun to just kind of teach him this system and watch him grow and develop from the spring. And I'm excited to watch him play and this season, and he's been a real pleasure to work with.
And then the rest of your quarterback room, you watch these guys come out here and practice. It's hard to tell who the starter is because they all lead and they all treat each other well. But maybe kind of run around the room for us a little bit, give us a little bit on each guy.
No, we got a great room. I mean, Charlie Meyer, is a guy that's been here for a while, and he's got a lot of experience. And those guys have been well coached, and they've been in a couple different systems, and I've been really impressed because it's a lot of veteran guys that were competing, for playing time and positions. And those guys have all been, once some of these decisions were made, we're all very supportive of, Davis being the starter. and the room is just a joy to be in every day. And then you got Dylan Risk, played at Central Florida.
Right, super successful.
Yeah, super. I mean, just competitive guy and a lot of energy. And he's just a fun guy. I mean, the ball moves when he's out there. Really efficient with the accuracy and ability to pull it down and make some plays with his feet. And then the young guy, Mike Mitchell, I think super talented, really quick release, live arm, guy that can extend plays as well. And he got here in the spring, and it's been really fun to watch him learn and grow as a young QB, making all those kind of first-time QB mistakes. But I feel like he's really working hard at it, and he's really grown and developed since the spring, and I think he's got a bright future here.
It always seems like, talking with football coaches over the years, the guys that are successful and great guys to work with like yourself, they've got some support at home. Maybe tell us about the family, and because the football family is an interesting family, right? About the time you settle in, it's time to go somewhere else, right?
Yeah, they've been around the country in a little bit. It's good they're excited to be back on the West Coast, and they've been troopers. Yeah, my wife Brady played soccer at University of Idaho. And then, my oldest, Bronson, is a junior over at Palo Alto High School playing football right now. My daughter, Blake, does dance all year round, and so she's over at Palo Alto as well. And then my youngest, Brooks, has just started. This is his first year playing tackle football. He's a sixth grader, so he plays with a Coach Heff's kid, Coach Thompson's
okay,
kid, so that's been fun watching him put on the pads and go through some things like that.
Well, quarterback dad is hard, and quarterback coaching is hard. How do you handle both of those?
Yeah. I think the experience of having it, seen both ends of it that way. But it's I try to let it just be about him and be as supportive as I can with both those guys. And actually, my youngest isn't playing QB, so that's been kind of refreshing.
Well, maybe you get somebody on the defensive side of the ball, maybe in the family. Well, last question before we let you go. I know talking with you a few weeks ago, you were talking about how excited you were for this opportunity at Stanford. What's the one thing that really kind of shines through for you in terms of where Stanford is right now, football-wise, and where they're trying to go?
Just having been, on the West Coast and coaching in the Pac-12 for a bunch of years, I know what this place is and can be, and I'm just excited to be a part of it, where you get to work with elite, not only elite athletes but elite students, and then the people that are in charge of the program. I really believe in their vision. With you talk about Andrew Luck and Tavita Pritchard, two quarterbacks, but guys that really love this place, had a great experience, were a part of this place being successful, and they've surrounded themselves with a bunch of coaches, that are like-minded like that have a lot of energy and want to get this place back. And it's been a fun group to work with, and I couldn't be more happy to be here.
Well, that was the Kevin Hogan quarterback coach, Brian Lindgren. Jason and I will be right back with the second half adjustments and the second half kickoff from Stanford Stadium. This is Stanford Cardinal Football Halftime Show from Learfield.
Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk. We're finishing up halftime. Stanford Cardinal, they just ran through the Freeman Tunnel, newly named for this 2026 season. The Rainbow Warriors of Hawaii, they're out on the field getting loose. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds before we put the ball in the air for the second half. Remembering that Hawaii won the toss, they deferred, so they'll get the ball to start the second half. But Jason, you're that guy that played 12 years in the NFL. I always say 13. I know. I'm just proud of you, and I
think that extra year.
And it's always fun to
like
look at your face
story.
when I say that. But you've been around this game a long time. You've coached at every level except, I guess, the pros. But the 12 years as a player, I think, probably counts for something there. But second half adjustments, more of the same. I think you just gotta. The silly penalties and some drops.
You know, it's just the execution. You look at it, I mean, the defense is holding 7 yards on the ground is all that Hawaii's got. You know, you're getting after it. You're putting pressure on the quarterback. The one thing on defense I would say is just do a slightly better job of trying to keep Alejandro in the pocket. Right, he's just been able to escape, and that's when big plays have happened throughout the game. But other than that, keep humming, keep doing what you're doing. And on offense, obviously, it's just about execution. It's about making the plays you're supposed to make. I like the play calling. I like the getting different people involved. I like the toughness of the run game with the offensive line. I feel like we're seeing something. They're getting some good push and creating some holes.
Yeah, I think overall, there's a lot to build on, and of course, I'll save that cliche for the post-game wrap, but your biggest improvement, game 1 to game 2, but also, I seem to remember.
Half 2, right?
Right, yeah. First half
certainly.
to second half
Certainly.
in your first game. I remember a lot of first games where you're like, whoa, hey.
So many jitters coming in,
Yeah.
You're like, so much stuff is spinning in your head. The game seems way faster, right? At the beginning, you haven't played at this speed. It hasn't been this intense. You get a minute to go into halftime, cool your jets a little bit, get some encouragement from your coaches, think about what you're doing well, think about what you can improve, and then come back, with your head in the game.
Yeah, and looking at those first quarter stats, that was pretty interesting in that Stanford had 110 yards at the end of the first quarter and Hawaii with 39. We're going to pause right here for a legal identification. Welcome back. Emmett Kinney's got it teed up with his kickoff cover unit. You get the whistle, toe into leather, high spinner. Uliata's going to take a look at it. He calls for the fair catch. His teammate catches it and runs with it, which you can't do that. That's Titan Lackenden.
Should there be a yellow flag for that?
That's as they talk about it, the flag should come out, right?
Yeah.
Because the idea.
Number 22 gave a fair catch signal. Therefore, the ball is dead. Where the receiver caught it at the 6-yard line. First down, Hawaii.
Okay. So no penalty, but you think of what you're trying to do with that fair catch is
Please
not get
reset
somebody
the game clock to 15
crushed
minutes.
running down.
Right. But it turns
We
the
put that
coverage off.
We'll put that in front of the rules committee for next year.
Interesting.
First drive of the second half, 8th drive of the night for the Rainbow Warriors. They'll work from their own 6-yard line. Micah Alejado, 13 to 24, 78 yards, completing 54%. 2 receivers each side. He'll bring a man in waggle motion. There's a snap, handoff straight up the middle to Brown. He's hitting the backfield and then pulled down. Great job at the bottom of the stack. Darius Davis, as you said earlier, Jason, sliding down in the box. He's a safety, playing like a big old man linebacker right there.
And he grabbed legs and did not let go. Kept it back, hemmed up, and the help came. Cavalry came and took care of business.
Came in with some malice. 2 receivers will go over to the left side. That's Harris along with Owls. 2 receivers right. Single back in the backfield. There's the snap. High but handled. They'll float it out to the left side. Wanted the running back, Mikaele, and Matt Rose on the coverage.
He threw that one right where he was supposed to into the blitz, but just locked it a little too high, thankfully, and did not make the completion.
And you know, the interesting part with these linebackers is their ability to man cover or tackle in space and close the gaps. Keeping in mind, Mattingly's second-team linebacker.
Yeah, we've seen him fly around and make some plays.
Big third down here for Alejado and company. He'll work a 3rd and 9. Devin Rice, the single back, 2 receivers each side. First drive of the second half. Motion to the right, 3 right, 1 left. Alejado will check it down, and Rice will get it, and then Rice will get knocked down by Gabe Kaminsky. He's having himself a day. He's come in on a mission, and the Chris Richard defense.
And I think again, he was just on a spy there. He's sitting at 5 yards, got his eyes on the quarterback, snuffs out that screen and pulls the trigger and goes and makes a nice open field tackle.
So Gary Heil will kick. He's going to be about 6 yards deep in his own end zone, standing right in the middle of the O of Stanford. There's a snap. He's going to go with that low. It's blocked in the end zone, goes out of the back of the end zone, and we'll get a safety.
Nice.
Tyler Quo looks like the guy that came in and knocked it down. We'll get a second look at it. It's either that or Charlie Eckhart. And that was Charlie Eckhart coming in.
Nice play.
We talked about special teams being a theme, and Charlie Eckhart able to put 2 points on the board for the Stanford Cardinal.
You know, they brought heat on one of those punts right before half, and it was pretty close to getting there. Sure, that's something they probably talked about at halftime and said, hey, next time we get a chance, we're going to come after it. Excellent play by Eckhart.
Boy, what a highlight play for the special teams.
And that's the way you get the second half going.
Nate Katzer, he was brought in to coach special teams. He's been a special teams guy mostly at the pro level and has brought in a real
number 18 is
disciplined
now number
special
36
teams
for a
approach. So 13:32 to play. That'll make the score 16-7.
Special teams coaching is a very difficult thing because half the time you got guys that don't really quite want to do it, and you got to coordinate so many different techniques and things, and to bring that together, it really takes a special coach to know what they're doing.
Well, and you have to be able to speak linebacker because those are your cover guys.
Right.
And that's its own language, right? And then you have to be able to speak punter, kicker, long snapper.
And receiver, which is a
whole other language.
Right.
So to sort it out on the kick, it'll be Sean Oliveira Harley. He'll tee it up on his own 20 on the left hash. So that'll put Chris Davis all the way back at the 20-yard line for Stanford. Nice high kick. He'll get a chance at this. Davis is going to stab it at the 18. Davis at the 20. Davis at the 25. Cuts left, 30. Takes some contact, struggles forward, and gets that ball out to about the 36-yard line. There's a few practice shots going on special teams, and I kind of like it.
Yeah.
You're not going to trot down to cover this kick. You're
Nope.
going to catch some heat. Aiden Killstrom, Harvard grad, he'll run out and set that huddle for the Stanford Cardinal. This will be the 8th drive of the night for the Cardinal. They'll start at their own 36-yard line. Single back is Micah Ford. They'll put 3 over to the right. Blackburn, Thorpe, and Hall. But Novue, the single guy on the left, that's the wide side. Hall will come back over to the left. There's the snap. They're going to pull Blackburn, make him a blocker. Ford will just dive up in there.
And again, 2 yards out of a -1 yard.
Nice work by him. Clock will go under 3:10 to play in the third quarter. 16-7 your score. The Stanford Cardinal leads. Doubles formation this time. That means a tight end to the right. That's Blackburn. With a receiver, that's a Novue. Thorpe and Hall to the left. Single back in the backfield. Shotgun snap. There it is. Warren looks left, sticks it right on Thorpe. Thorpe will grab his second catch of the evening. Struggle ahead to the 45-yard line, just short of that first down. dare I say it.
He signaled first down.
He's about a
Thorpe did, but he's about a little bit short.
Nike Vapor Alpha Menace, like size 14, like Jason wears, from the first down. Handoff straight up the middle to Ford. He just moves the whole stack and then a couple of others forward.
That's going to be your answer at those 3rd and shorts if you can do it every time.
Boy, and second effort, what a beautiful spot we got on this side of the field. Now they moved it back a yard, but it was enough for the first down. They'll spot it on the 48-yard line of the Cardinal. 16-7 your score. Cardinal leads 4th play of this drive. Started on their own 36. 2 receivers stacked on the right. Now they'll break the stack and make it 2 tight ends tight on the right. Play action fake. Warren looks, has time, sends it. Zion Robinson behind coverage, makes the catch at the 5. Brought down at the 4. The freshman dropped the hammer. A beautiful ball by Davis Warren. And the Cardinal looking at a 1st and goal from the 4. They'll line up quick. They'll go 3 tight ends to the left, 1 receiver right. There's the snap. Micah Ford up the middle, Oklahoma drill. Gets down to the 2-yard line. It'll bring up 2nd down and goal. 11:15 to play in the 3rd quarter. Looks like Chico Holt's going to sub in along with Tyler Quo, as Zion Robinson will take a seat along with John Anthony Hall. They're going big.
And Zion Robinson's a kid that we liked in camp. He's done some good things as a young guy coming in. He's got a great attitude. Great to see him make that play.
I think the drive home, we called him a dude. 3 tight ends to the right side. One of them's a wing. There's the snap. Play action fake. Warren rolls to the right. Looks, has to do something. Back of the end zone, falls incomplete. Nice mature play there. Nothing there. So just send it to the wall in the northwest corner of Stanford Stadium.
Yeah, instead of trying to squeeze it in and making a throw that you probably shouldn't. Good, smart decision. That's what you get out of a veteran quarterback.
So 3rd down and goal from the 2. Single back is Micah Ford. Davis Warren under center. There's the snap, pitches it right side. Ford tripped up right at the line of scrimmage. Got back to the line of scrimmage, and that was it. Cardinal went unbalanced. They had 3 tight ends over on the right side and just a guard and a tackle over on the left. So that brings up 4th down. And it looks like the offense is going to stay on the field.
Okay.
The Stanford Cardinal, they've rushed for 132. They feel like they got to run the ball to win games. They're going to go unbalanced to the right. Now they're going to shift. They're going to bring the 4 from the right back over to the left. 2 backs in the backfield. There's the snap, direct to Ford. Left side run, stays on his feet. Is he in?
Oh.
Ball is out. I thought he crossed the plane.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it from up here, and the ball did come out. But
the referee will say it was fumbled and recovered by Hawai'i.
Fumble recovered by Hawai'i. 1st down.
I felt like that ball was in the end
it
zone.
did look like his crossed the plane from here, but.
So that was a direct snap to Micah Ford, Wildcat formation after the shift. The refs are talking about it.
Running back behind that unbalanced line again, just trying to drive it in there.
The ruling of a fumble recovered by the defense is under further review.
I think we might have a chance on this one.
So it looks like they're going to take a look at it, which would make sense. Trying to get a look at it on the TV. The referee pushing everybody back off the field. And it looks like they're going to go to a TV timeout. We'll go here in just a second. Nope, we're not going to get a second look at it. So we'll take a break. 9:51 to play in the 3rd quarter. Cardinal up 16-7. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Got about a minute left on the TV timeout, but as they were away on the TV timeout, the referee came out from under the hood, announced it was a touchdown. Micah Ford had crossed the goal line before the ball came out, and Stanford goes up 22-7 on the second touchdown of the night by Micah Ford.
On the go and want to stay connected to live sports anywhere in the country? Download the free Varsity Network app, available on Apple and Android. It's easier than ever to listen live and keep up with your favorite teams. Don't miss a moment. Get the Varsity app now.
So to give you the Cresco Equipment Rentals touchdown drive summary, 8 plays, 64 yards, took 3:30 off the clock. And it was set up by the safety, Charlie Eckhart, blocking a punt. The kick was brought out to the 36. The Stanford Cardinal went to work, got that thing in the end zone. A little bit of moxie there by Tavita Pritchard to go for it on that fourth down.
Trust your big back to just push that pile like he's done all day, and he certainly did. And good thing they took a second look at that.
Now we're going to do some football math here. Going for one here. Put you up 23-7, assuming that it's good. Everybody's set. There's the snap. Hold, kicks away. And it is good. 9:51 to play in the third quarter. Cardinals goes up 23-7. Kind of having some fun here.
Yeah. Going back to that Zion Robinson's big play, that was just a nice catch. He kind of had to adjust to the ball, and he was able to kind of look off the coverage that was right by him and go up and catch that ball through the guy. So that's a pretty advanced level course for a young freshman.
Yeah, 2 catches, 57 yards for Zion Robinson. And I made this comment when we were here in the booth last week, the Bob Murphy radio booth. I said I loved watching him in fall camp because a caught ball or a dropped ball or pass interference, his reaction the same. He just lines up and goes again, which every time you see a guy that's like that,
you can tell everyone to trust their process and just go on to the next thing, but not many people just have that innately in them, and the ones that do are the ones that oftentimes polish up pretty good by the time it's all over.
So back to receive is Devon Rice for the Rainbow Warriors. Emmett Kinney will get set to kick it away. He'll get the whistle. High spinning kick. Rice will let it go over his head into the end zone for the touchback. Let's see if we finish. Here we go. All 10 to the end zone.
All 10 to the end zone, right?
And that sounds funny, and does that matter? But it does, right?
It's an attitude, right? It's an attitude, it's discipline, and it's just finishing everything you do.
Hawai'i will come out onto the field for its 9th drive. By the way, in terms of drive count, we're a couple ahead of what you would normally have in a game, but when you've got multiple 3-and-outs on both sides, right? Back and forth. 3 receivers to the right. Tawa F, I believe, is the wing on the right side. Single back in the backfield. There's a snap, high but handled. Alajado's now going to have to run. He'll just get stuffed. Right there, Matt Rose, Ernest Cooper.
It's a little zone read, and the running back was covered, so he had to pull it and take it down the middle, and he was met with some ferocity there.
Probably don't want to run it up the middle against Matt Rose. 9:25 to play in the third quarter, 23-7 your score. Devon Rice in at the single running back, 2 receivers each side. Alejado looking at a second down and 12. He's working from his own 23. There's the snap, hands it to Devon Rice. He's going to bounce it. He'll get out to the 25, cut back in. Leroy Bryant comes up and smacks him. And then right behind him is Matt Rose, just burning oil, and missed the hit. Kind of went Pete Rose head first. Had he made contact,
might have been trouble.
And then just hops right up like like he landed in a pool.
And again, they kind of bounce that one on him, but you have 11 hats flying to the ball, and it gets sorted out in the end.
4 of 10 on third down for the Rainbow Warriors this afternoon. Out to the left, that's Uliata along with Alves. Now Alves will go waggle motion. 2 receivers into the boundary on the right. Cardinals showing blitz. There's the snap, 5 come, whistle. Flag, illegal procedure. Brandon Nicholson gave us a little point there, let us know on the other side.
Number 11, 5-yard penalty.
While we hear from Brad Carroll.
Now it's when you get to pin your ears back, you know, they got to drop back and throw it for a little bit. It's a fun time to be a defensive
lineman.
So as
a D lineman, that was a fun down. This is funner or more fun, as we learned here at Stanford, right? This is more fun. Alves over on the left. Now we're going to get the waggle motion by Uliata. 2 receivers each side. There's the snap, high but handled. Here comes the rush, on fire. Throws it left side. Nice ball. Uliata catches it. Leroy Bryant just mugs him from behind, throws him out of bounds. It'd be short of the first down. It'll bring up 4th down and 3 from the 32. And Timmy Chang wisely will run Garrick Heil out onto the field for what will be his 7th punt.
Another nice open field tackle.
Or check that, I guess
Bryant.
Technically this is his 8th punt because his 7th was blocked. Liam Thorpe stands back at his own 26. Heil with a low snap, he'll get it, put it in the air. Thorpe's going to run over, call for the fair catch, and then he's going to short hop it. He can not run it after you call that fair catch.
Although when it bounces, does that change things?
Used to, but I believe it is dead. We got some, as we used to call it, some pushing around going over on
timeout
the Hawaii bench after that play. 7:35 to play in the 3rd quarter. Cardinal up 23-7. We will take a break. When we come back, it'll be Stanford football. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Bob Murphy broadcast booth. Palo Alto, California. 7:35 to play in the 3rd quarter. Stanford Cardinal up 23-7. It'll be their ball, 1st and 10 from their own 21-yard line out of this break.
How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV, laptop, or tablet? Get free instructions by going to syncmygame.com to find out how.
Davis Warren, 12 of 22, 198, 55% completion. He's got 8 receivers in the mix. Zion Robinson, Atticus Joseph, Liam Thorpe, Benji Blackburn, all with 2 catches each. For Alejado, he's 15 to 27 for 88, 56% completion. He's got 9 receivers in the mix. Blaise Kamoku, 3 catches, along with Devin Rice. He's got 3 catches for -4. Tama Uliata, he's got 2 for 12. Cam Barfield, 2 for 7. We haven't seen a lot of Cam Barfield. I wonder if he is a little bit nicked up. He is kind of their go-to guy in the backfield.
Only 10 rushing attempts so far today. So
for a total of 8 yards.
For a total of 8 yards. Yes, that's why I got confused looking at the stats. Not great.
Stanford Cardinal will break the huddle. They'll put 3 to the right, one of them's a tight end. Now they'll bring the tight end over to the left along with a Novue. He'll join Joseph. Single receiver over to the right is Quo. Single back in the backfield. I believe that's Irvin. There's a snap. Irvin will get it left side, cuts back to the right, stays on his feet, out to the 30, and then brought down from behind. Kona Moore on the tackle. Cedric Irvin with some good eyes ran to the green grass, got the first down.
Yeah, they've been running that little cut back there, and they had a receiver come and make that block this time.
3 left, 1 right. Warren with the snap, gets it out quick to Joseph. He'll make the catch in space, breaks a tackle, then another, cuts back in, all the way out to the 50-yard line before he is shown the sidelines by Matagi Thompson. That was a great catch.
Great individual effort
and
there.
A great run.
Yeah.
The guy's a freshman.
Shaking guys.
He was playing high school football last year.
He was stopping and starting and getting guys to miss on that.
Okay, so they called him out of bounds at the 49-yard line. Brown will split to the right side with Joseph and Blackburn. Blackburn, remember, he's a tight end. Now Blackburn's going to come back in and line up just off the hip of Fisher Anderson. Inovue over to the left. There's the snap. Warren, stick route right side to Inovue, puts it right on him. He makes the catch and falls down. But a nice little gain of what we'll call 5. Inovue with his second catch of the afternoon.
Good staying on schedule first down play.
Boy, that does get the pressure off, right?
Yep.
Joseph will go far to the right side. That's the wide side. Along with Blackburn. Blackburn will now come in and line up near the offensive tackle. There's the snap. Cedric Irvin again finds some room, breaks away from the defender, pulls everybody with him down inside the 40, and we'll call him down at the 38. Got hit at the second level by a linebacker and then just did the judo move and pulled the linebacker with him and got the first down. That's the good news. The bad news is Aiden Killstrom is down with an injury.
Not something you like to see.
And we'll take a quick break. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Thank you. Okay, I might have caught us up there. I think they didn't. Oh, they. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. 5:44 to play in the third quarter. Cardinal leads 23-7. Out of the break, it'll be 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. That's the good news. The bad news is Aiden Killstrom, the Harvard grad who started at center, is out of the game. It looks like Fisher Anderson, who was at right tackle, will slide over to center. And it looks like at right tackle, we will see Hayden Gunter
yes,
out of Denton, Texas, a 6'7", 305-pound junior. He'll step in at right tackle. So let's hope Aiden is okay. I didn't get a look at him when he got over to the sideline.
Well, it's tough. You're starting at right tackle all game, and you got to slide down, and all of a sudden you're snapping the ball. That's a transition, but Fisher Anderson's been pretty much everywhere on the field.
Played all 5 positions throughout the course of his career. That's pretty crazy stuff.
A veteran that can handle it.
Checking the stats here, 73 yards for Stanford, 219 passing, 154 rushing. Micah Ford, 20 carries, 94 yards. We're going to keep an eye on him, see if we can get him over 100 and celebrate that. That is the gold standard for a running back, of course.
Yeah.
Hawai'i 96 yards, 86 passing, 8 rushing, or 88 passing, 8 rushing. Time of possession, interesting. 1957 for Stanford, 1728 for Hawai'i.
It's not as lopsided as I would have thought it would be, actually.
So Fisher Anderson in at center. Cardinal will huddle up. Davis Warren will step in and then step back out as the referee slows him down because we wait for the TV timeout to finish up. So it's Hoytink and Gunter over on the right side. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. The one on the left will come in motion to the right. Handoff right side. Cedric Irvin finds some space, then he'll get grabbed and thrown to the ground.
Again, trying to find that little cut back again, but it wasn't there this time.
Wyndon O'Hooley on the tackle. It was almost there, wasn't it?
Almost.
Just a glance at it here. Clock will continue to roll. 5:15 to play in the third quarter. Quo over to the right side with Blackburn. They'll flex Blackburn all the way out almost to the numbers. Atticus Joseph over to the left with Marcus Brown. Single back in the backfield. There's a snap. Davis Warren checks it down right side. Irvin out by the sideline, puts his shoulder down and just levels the defender. Defender on the play was Kona Moore. Kona Moore jumped up, started John, but kind of got trucked. So
I liked how Davis Warren, he stood in. He knew he was going to get hit on that play. He stood in and made the delivery right on target.
Quo will stay over on the right side. They'll go a little V formation on the left, just off the hip of Khalil House. That's Blackburn, Brown, and Joseph. Single back is still Cedric Irvin. There's a snap. Cedric Irvin will get it. Hoytink will lead up the middle. Irvin just keeps the feet driving, gets the first down, and gets inside the 25-yard line. They're going to call him down at the 24. Clock will go under 4:05 to play.
It's not only him that's keeping his feet moving, it's all the offensive linemen. They just continue to push and driving that thing down the field.
This will be the 9th play of the drive. Warren with the snap, hands it off again. Irvin up the middle, big hole, splits the defenders. Twisting, turning, will give him 8. He'll get the ball down to the 17-yard line. He needs to jump up and point. Brown will split out to the right with Quo. Blackburn will come over to the left with Joseph. Blackburn all the way out at the numbers. That's got to be fun if you're a tight end. There's a snap, fake handoff. Warren's going to keep it. Shakes off a defender, gets back to the line of scrimmage just barely. Although he did hurt the defender. How about that?
Tough quarterback.
You're a quarterback, lighten up the defender.
On the field for a defensive injury.
That's nothing you want to make a living at with Davis Warren carrying the ball.
Injured player on the field will take a timeout. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Tama Huliata back to receive at his own 10. Good snap by Warford. Backspin on the kick. Huliata will bail out. That ball will hit on the 1.
Oh.
And do they kill it? They do.
Nice play.
Trey Williams will grab it at the 1. Remembering in the college game, they're bringing it out. You can cross that plane and shove it back in. But I guess they say that the ball crossed, so it'll come out to
on
the
the field
20.
as the ball broke the plane of the goal line and was batted back into the field of play. So therefore, we have a touchback.
All right, so that makes sense. So if you're the cover guy, you can be in the end zone and knock the ball down, but the ball can't have
the plane
covered across the plane.
It was close. It was really close. It was a nice punt.
Hawaii will go to work 10th time tonight on offense. 96 yards total for them. They'll shuffle and put 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Devin Rice, the single back. Wheel route by him. Alejado scrambles left, tries to hit Rice out on the left side. Ball falls incomplete.
Secondary's doing just a great job of locking down coverage. He just had nowhere to go with that ball.
Zach Robinson, the backup linebacker, who is also on special teams. Great cover. Looked like a DB out there. 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Single back. There's a snap. Alejado looks to the right, gets Huliata. Huliata breaks a tackle from Charlie Eckhart. Sprints it out to the 29-yard line. He'll be short of that first down, so it'll bring up 3rd down and 1. Talk about a big down here with 2:34 to play in the 3rd quarter. 4 of 11 on 3rd downs are the Rainbow Warriors.
Yeah, you make this play and you kind of shut everything down.
So they're going to put 2 running backs in the backfield. Devin Rice is the tailback. Got a fullback in front of him. There's the snap. Rice will get it. Left side run. I believe on second effort. Needed 1, got 1.5.
Yeah, not by
and will
much.
stay on the field as the clock will go under 2 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. 23-7 your score. Hawaii goes over 100 yards in total offense to 107 after that run. 2 right, 2 left. Ball in the center of the field. There's the snap. Alejado sends it right side, high and away. Wanted Trey Griffiths. Cam Richardson on coverage. Ball's incomplete. Bring up 2nd down and 10.
Richardson just had him blanketed all the way down the field. Nice coverage. The secondary's been.
Boy, it's been tough for Hawaii when they get behind on that first down.
Yeah.
They just struggle to climb back up the ladder, if you will, not being able to run the ball. 2 receivers each side. There's a snap. Alejado on the draw to Rice. Rice just swallowed up by Tevarua Tafiti and Brandon Marceau Olai Inca. They're not fooled.
Yeah,
of course, Tevarua, I'm sure, knows quite a few of these guys from this Hawaii team, being a Hawaii guy himself.
It's never good when the amount of attempts on to rush is always greater than the amount of yards.
By the way, Hawaii
12 yards for 10, 12 carries for 11
50
yards.
players from the state of Hawaii. 2 right, 2 left. Here come the Cardinal on a blitz. There's the snap. Alejado's going to sling it. Huliata makes a catch, but cannot get loose from Lonnie McAllister, who grabbed him at the 39 and just stopped him dead in his tracks. It'll bring up 4th and 2 from the 39.
I have to imagine Jimmy Chang's going to try to go for it here. It's 4th down.
27-7 your
23-7
your score.
Got to get back in the game. So big 4th down for Stanford.
If you don't sneak in right now, you're probably against it.
Last shot.
Right? Single back is Devin Rice. Alejado will work out of a shotgun. 2 left, 2 right. Now they're bringing man in motion. That's Alves. That's the snap. Alejado rolls to the left, looks, hits the drag route. Huliata makes the catch. Cam Richardson on coverage. It'll be just enough for the first down. Tama Huliata with his 5th catch of the afternoon.
Nice catch by Tama Huliata. He had coverage draped all over him, and he was able to kind of go down and scoop that one just off the ground.
This will be the 8th play of the drive for the Rainbow Warriors. Started at their own 20-yard line. There's a snap. Handoff straight up the middle. Throwing the door shut is Zach Johnson. On the carry, Satani.
That is the end of the 3rd quarter.
Mike Ele, and we will go to no time left in the third quarter. So after 45 minutes of football, Stanford Cardinal looking good. 370 yards of offense to Hawaii's 122, but the stat that matters, they lead 23-7. As we take a break, we'll come back and get the fourth quarter underway. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium as we get ready to pop the clutch into the fourth quarter. Stanford Cardinal leads 23-7. Want to remind everybody, when we go final, stay tuned for the Stanford Cardinal football postgame wrap. We'll play highlights via the Cresco Equipment Rentals Drive Summary and deliver the Coca-Cola Refreshing Play of the game and the Metropolitan Van and Storage Move of the game.
Bay Area fans, when it comes to flavor, Silva sausage is your go-to game day tradition. From the legendary Portuguese linguiça to the spicy kick of jalapeno pepper jack, you can always count on Silva sausage to bring the heat to your tailgate or your table. Silva sausage, tradition is our recipe. Look for us at your local grocery store today.
If our old buddy Eric Volta is tuned in, he hears that linguiça sausage commercial. He's kind of a fan of that. He's an old D lineman. As we start the fourth quarter, 390 yards of offense for Stanford, 224 in the air, 166 on the ground. Davis Warren, 15-25, starting to right-size things. 60% completion, that's what you're looking for. 1 touchdown, no turnovers, no interceptions. Micah Ford sitting there just shy of 100 yards, 20 carries, 94 yards. Cedric Irvin, 8 carries, 43. Davis Warren, quietly 4 carries for 29. You got 10 receivers in the mix. Atticus Joseph leading the way, the true freshman, 3 catches, 45 yards.
And with that 224 yards, that is Davis Warren's largest passing total to date. So sets his record with that.
Yeah. University of Texas, 204 when he was with Michigan.
Yep.
That was a good Michigan team. That tells you how much Michigan ran the ball, right?
Right.
In 2024. So Hawaii will work a 2nd down and 7 from their own 46. Looks like up front, Staples, Marceau, Olai-Inka, and Rowell. Cooper out on the other edge. Alejado takes a snap, hands it off. Right side run by Rice. He's got the edge. He's at the 50, then tripped up by E.J. Cooper. Now, E.J. Cooper will lay there. He kind of got kicked in the shoulder when he made the play.
Timeout on the
what
field
an amazing
for
play,
injury.
how he flattened.
Yeah.
Like,
He
that
just
corner
came and
was
he
Rice
laid out.
all the way,
Yeah.
and he just laid out and made the play, kind of paid the price as
Yeah.
he'll lay down there.
Hopefully it'll pop up. Had he not made it, that could have gotten out the gate. I think they might have just doubled their rushing total in that one play for 12 yards.
Timeout.
So we'll sort
on the
that
field.
out.
Cardinal fans, are you planning to attend an upcoming athletics event? If so, stay in style and get a great rate. Check out gostanford.com and click on the travel button to see if the preferred hotels of Stanford Athletics. This week's featured properties include Stanford Park Hotel and the Amswell.
So the good news is Ernest Cooper will hop up. He's holding that left shoulder. What was it Tavita said the other day? Football's 100% injury.
Yeah.
Just a matter of when. So EJ looks like he's walking pretty well. I bet we see him next week. It's kind of how it works when you're in that front seven, right?
There's injuries and there's hurts, right? You gotta.
Yeah.
There's two different things, and toughness. You play through your hurts. But hopefully that's all we got here. 'Cause he's had a heck of a game.
.48 to play. 23-7 your score. And we'll go ahead and take a break. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. 14:48 to play in this contest. It's 1st and 10 for the Rainbow Warriors. They'll work from the 44-yard line of the Stanford Cardinal. Cardinal leads 23-7. Micah Alejado, the trigger man on this Hawai'i offense. He'll put 2 right, 2 left. Single back in the backfield. Mikaele. There's a snap. Looks to the left, throws to the left. Alves with a snag. He'll get it. He'll get whacked by Rose and Leroy Bryant. Both guys you don't want to tangle with. But he will get a 7-yard gain. It'll bring up 2nd down and 3. Hawaii's going to play fast. They're going to put 3 to the right, 1 to the left. There's a snap. They'll throw it right side. Tama Huliata will make the catch, and Jay Green will stomp down there and make a nice hit. Huliata will get his 6th catch of the afternoon. It'll be enough for the 1st down.
Good job of limiting yards after catch. Ball's caught. He's on the ground.
Alves and Griffiths over on the right. Handoff left side. And boy, great close on the ball by Josiah Galvan and Matt Rose. Satani Mikaele on the run to the left side. Boy, Satani was on no roster at all this week. And then you somehow found that name. 3 to the right, 1 to the left on this 2nd down and 6. There's the snap. Left side throw. Contact. Flag comes out late. Cam Richardson was on coverage. Carson Brown was the intended receiver.
It's one of those ones, the defender's up in his grill. He just doesn't get his head around, kind of interferes with the catch. Make that illegal play. He's got to play on the ball and not on the man.
Pass interference. Defense number 8.
Wasn't able to get his head
penalty.
around.
Automatic 1st down.
That does not help. This will be the 13th play of the drive. Started all the way back at the 20-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. They'll set the ball down at the 14 after the penalty. 3 receivers right, 1 over here to the left. That's Griffiths. Single back in the backfield is Devin Rice. Now they'll bring one of the receivers in like a running back and then send him back out. That's Eldridge. There's the snap. Ali Hado throws it left corner. The end zone falls incomplete. Cam Richardson with coverage. Nice job. Darius Davis there. Doing a nice job. Need a turnover right here.
Yeah.
No turnovers.
Great defenses. They toughen up in the red zone, and they make the stop and get the ball back even when their backs are up against the wall. So turnover would be a good thing. That's one thing we talked about beginning of the game, right?
2nd down and 10. Into the corner is Alves and Eldridge. They're on the left side. Over on the right, 2 receivers. Single back in the backfield. There's the snap. Ali Hado slings it out left side. Ball is caught. Run forward by Carvalho. He is right down to the 5-yard line. First down was at the 5.
Just short, it looks
and
like.
Do they drop the sticks and say he got the first down?
Nope. 3rd and 1 here.
Short by a yard. Clearly 4-down territory, down 23-7.
Bring that heavier group in here with the extra tight end, or actually the tight end. They normally don't play with one, so expect them to try to run it.
Ali Hado set it up. Devin Tauaefa in at tight end on the right side. 3 right, 1 left. There's the snap. Fake handoff, and then Tafiti knocks down that look-in route over on the right side.
I think that's his 2nd one today. Nice vision on the quarterback. Way to get his mid up there and knock it down.
Rainbow Warriors have an injured offensive lineman. That'll stop the clock.
On the field for an offensive injury.
To play in the 4th quarter. Again, Stanford up 23-7. It'll be 4th and 1. Ball on the 5-yard line of the Stanford Cardinal. This will be the 16th play of the drive. So to say that this is the best drive of the afternoon for the Rainbow Warriors would be an understatement.
No doubt, yeah. And I think they probably doubled their rushing total in this one drive. So still nothing to write home about with only 29 yards on 15 carries.
128 passing for Alejado. For Alejado,
he averaged over almost 300 yards a game passing last year. Right?
Yes.
So this is definitely outside of where he
291 to be specific. They were 394 per game. Of course, interesting part of their offense that has a little bit of a Stanford feel to it is Jackson Harris, who was a receiver here at Stanford, was over at Hawai'i last year. Had a couple touchdown catches, had a great year, 963 yards, 12 touchdowns. He transferred to LSU, played for Lane Kiffin. Pofili Ashlock, he was their 2nd best receiver, 827 yards and 8 touchdowns. And he was hurt, but he was on the airplane.
Right.
The beauty of social media. You and I were trying to figure out the starting lineup because we knew we would not get a starting lineup. Looks like they're going to take a TV timeout. We will do the same. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium, high atop Stanford Stadium, the old Bob Murphy press box. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk, 23-7 your score. The Cardinal leads the Warriors 23-7 with 12:48 to play. And out of this break, it'll be 4th down and 1 for the Rainbow Warriors of Hawai'i.
The Bay Area never stops moving, but sometimes your car does. Bay Area Auto Works and Towing provides professional towing and roadside assistance throughout the Bay Area, with experienced drivers, dependable service, and help when you need it most. So when your car stops, don't stress. Know who to call. Bay Area Auto Works and Towing. Stuck? We've got you. Call 650-3649-9800. Bay Area Auto Works and Towing, your Bay Area towing company.
Okay, so it's been a good night defensively. You've only given up 157 yards, but this 4th and 1, you're going to dig deep right here.
Right.
This is the one that matters.
The great defenses bow up when it's time, and it's time.
Rainbow Warriors, they'll put Satani Mikaele in at running back, as they'll get ready to break the huddle as the TV timeout leaves the field. Three to the right, one to the left. There's the snap, handoff straight up the middle. Mikaele with a nice move, and he's in from 5 yards out. Went kind of an unbalanced look real quick as they broke the huddle, snapped the ball
came
fast.
Back the other side.
Found a gap.
Yep. They had a hat for a hat on that side. There was just no one else to make the play. No one could get off the block and make it.
16 plays, 80 yards. Now, is there some football math around this? 23-13, your score. There is, so you keep your offense on the field and go for two.
Yep.
Alejado looks like he'll go under center. Satani Mikaele is the single back. 3 receivers to the left. There's the snap. Belly give, double reverse. Juliata with it. He's at the 5, and he'll run in to the right end zone for the 2-point conversion.
A little trickery there. Didn't quite handle it. It was a nice block by the receiver coming back and taking out number 11. Gave up the edge and then made it around the corner.
So the 6 points plus the 2-point conversion makes the score 23-15 and closes that gap, right? The idea with that is now it is an 8-point game, right? A touchdown and 2-point conversion gets you there.
Right, so it's technically a theoretical 1-score game.
Rainbow Warriors with an injured player on the field. We're going to pause for station identification. The injured Rainbow Warrior will make his way off the field. So 12:43 to play, 23-15 is your score. And the Stanford Cardinal will receive the kickoff after that 16-play, 80-yard drive. Satani Mikaele with the touchdown, the 2-point conversion by Tama Juliata on the double reverse. Hawai'i 162 yards of offense, 128 passing, 34 rushing. Stanford 390, 224 passing, 166 rushing. The one that matters,
the score. Yeah, the numbers sound good until the score is not quite what you'd think it would be given all those other numbers.
We're just at the 10th drive of the night, remembering that both teams had 7 drives in that first half with a lot of 3 and outs.
A different flavor to the second half.
Sean Oliveira Harley will kick it away. High spinning kick. Chris Davis will look at it. He's going to get a chance at this one. He'll grab it at the 4. He's out to the 10, 15, 20. Puts his head down and just goes full on right into the deep end of the pool. He'll get it out to the 22-yard line. Rainbow Warrior defense, they're going to start making some noise here as they feel like if they can get off the field, they've got a chance.
This is where if you have the ground game going, you want to just rely on it, try to chew up clock, chew up yards, keep the ball moving. Get in the end zone again.
Stanford Cardinal having to do some patchwork on the offensive line. Micah Ford in at running back, and Novue and Blackburn to the left. It's like Thorpe, over to the right with Hall. Thorpe will go in motion. There's a snap. They'll hand it off. Micah Ford straight up the middle. Nowhere to go. Loses one. Tried to run it over to the right side. Hoytink and Gunter.
Not much there whatsoever. Got hemmed up.
So this will bring up a second down, and we'll call it 11. Clock continues to roll and go under 12:10 to play. 23-15 your score. Again, 8-point game. Double tight formation, one receiver each side. There's the snap. Davis Warren, the drag route. Inovue makes the catch, but then will get dumped right about the 23-yard line. So they'll gain a little bit of yardage back, but up against it here on this third down. We'll call it third down and 8.
And third down hasn't been great. It's been okay, but
6 of 13 this afternoon, but boy, none bigger than this one.
Yep.
3 receivers right in order. Thorpe, Blackburn, and Hall. Over to the left, Inovue. It's like a 4-man front for the Rainbow Warriors. 4 will come on the snap. Warren looks, has a nice pocket, sends it right side. Hall with the catch. They're going to say he dropped it. Out at about the 40-yard line, came back to it, had a chance for it. Ball was a little bit underthrown, but to your point, Jason, those are the ones you got to catch.
Yeah, there's been, I count 6 now today, and you know, it is what it is, but you got it. That's one area you have to improve upon, because if you don't catch these balls, you're not going to be in very many games.
So it is a 3 and out for the Cardinal offense. 5th punt of the night for Flintoff. He'll stand at his own 8. There's the snap, kicks away, low shot. Juliana will catch it over his shoulder at the 30, run all the way back to the 23. Now makes a move, comes back to the right, will get grabbed and hit, but he'll get it back out to about the 37-yard line.
That low angle punt, you know, that goes deep, that's the one where you talk about out kicking your coverage. That almost happened there. Running back gets it with a little bit of space, and the coverage doesn't quite have time to get down there. So I'd like to see a little more hang time on that.
Officially, they'll spot that ball at the 37-yard line. So in terms of 3 and outs, Hawai'i with 6, Stanford with 4. Let's see if the Chris Richard defense can pitch a 3 and out here. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Michele, single back, check that, that's Devin Rice. Alahado with the snap. Sends it right side, back shoulder catch. Did he make it? Nope, ball came out.
Nice play.
Intended receiver Carson Brown, transfer from Iowa State. Good defensive play by Brandon Nicholson.
Yeah, Nicholson just got his arm up in there and stayed with the play. He had tight coverage, the ball was there, and almost nice play by the receiver, but better play by him.
Bring up 2nd down and 10 from the right hash. Devin Rice is single back. There's snap throw to the left side, caught by Audric Harris. You get about a 7-yard gain. Bring up 3rd down and 3 from the 44-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. 10:50 to play in this contest. Stanford Cardinal nursing that 8-point lead, 23-15. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left, single back in the backfield. There's a snap. 4-man rush, right side throw. Ball is caught by Harris. Tackled right away. Forward progress. Not sure where he's at.
There's a flag on the field.
And we got a flag. I think it's got to be a face mask, doesn't it?
I didn't see it.
Personal foul, face mask.
You did.
Defense, number 5. 15-yard penalty and an automatic 1st down.
Well, I was going to say he didn't quite look like he got there, but with that's clearly pushing it down the field.
Boy, that one stings.
Yeah.
That gets the ball down to the 38-yard line. 1st and 10, 3 to the left, 1 to the right. There's the snap. Alahado with it all kinds of time. Looks, fires it right side, wide open. Down to the 20, 15, 10, 5, and knocked out of bounds. Kai Carvalho made the catch. Just a drag route, pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, it looked like a drop coverage there. No one came with him. Someone's supposed to be sinking back in that zone and did not. And
And then just all kinds of time for Alejado.
Yeah.
Just able to reset.
The pressure's been good all day. That's got to keep coming. We got to learn to finish here.
1st and goal from the 6. Mikaele, the single back. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Movement up front, but no flag. There's the snap. Alejado sends the 50-50 ball over into the corner. And incomplete. To bring up 2nd down and goal from the 6. So talk about 3 plays here on defense that really start to matter. 9:47 to play. Cardinal nursing that 23-15 lead.
Again, someone's got to step up and make a play down here in the red zone.
Carson Brown will split to the right by himself. 3 receivers to the left. They'll stack 2 out here on the edge. Single back. Mikaele. There's the snap. Here comes the rush. Flag. Got to have movement on the offense, right?
Looked like it.
False start. Offense, number 62. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Okay, so that helps. 2nd and goal from the 6 becomes 2nd and goal from the 11.
Please reset the game clock to 9:47.
Now, if you're Timmy Chang and you get in a 4th down here.
Be a questionable decision.
Right?
This much time to go. Who knows? But let's get there first.
3 to the left, 1 to the right. Single back. Satani Mikaele. Comes a man in motion. That's Juliata. Now they'll flip him around and send him back to the left. 3 left, 1 right. There's the snap. Alejado has to escape. Runs to the left. Pulls it down. Now will throw back at the end zone. Touchdown.
Oh, man.
Snuck it in there. Tama Juliata just ran against the grain. The lefty quarterback running left. Shot it in between the defenders.
It's generally not a throw you should try to make, rolling out to the left, throwing back to the right. But
late across the middle usually never works.
Doesn't work.
And it worked right there.
Yes.
So that makes it a 2-point game.
And now
offense will stay on the field.
Try to tie it up.
And this 2-point conversion to tie it up. 3 receivers will go out to the right side. That's Taua Efa, Juliata, and Eldridge. Now they'll move things around. Alejado was lined up at a receiver. Now he's a quarterback. Alejado with it, throws the slant. Juliata gets stuffed.
That's a big play.
Right at the 2-yard line. Darius Davis talking to the referee. He felt like there was a little offensive PI right there where they tried to scrub him as we watched the replay.
Wide receiver screen. It looked like they were trying to screen him off.
Stanford defense able to bow up, as Jason Fisk says, and get the stop. So your score 23-21 with 9:39 to play in this contest. TV timeout will stay on the sideline. So we will stay right here. After that drive, taking a look at the stats. Hawai'i 212 yards of total offense, 178 passing, 34 rushing. Stanford 392, 228 passing, 164 rushing.
Well, you got to put something together on offense here now. You want to. It's kind of, I don't know if it's the unsettling and shifting around the line, but you got to put together a drive here. Get back in it.
Stanford 4-2 at home last year, so obviously they love playing at home and averaged almost 100 yards more per game at home. Chris Davis back to receive. He's on the right hash as he looks at it. Olivera Harley will put it high in the air. Chris Davis will have a chance at this one. He'll field it at the 8. He's at the 15, cuts left, and then gets chopped down by his own man as that wedge got blown up. Sent right back into the lap of Chris Davis.
Yeah, and why is seems like they're playing with a little more tempo. You know, we got to match that. You can't just play 3 quarters and think you got it going and think it's gonna turn out the way you want it. You got to keep playing, grinding for 4 quarters.
Yeah, after that 16-play, 80-yard drive for Hawaii, remember the defense came out, got pretty fired up, pitched that 3 and out. So Stanford will go to work from his own 19-yard line, 9:34 to play, and nursing that 2-point lead. Hall and Robinson out to the left, 2 tight ends to the right. It looks like Holt and Blackburn.
Delay a game.
Got a lead
Offense.
game. Delay a game.
5-yard penalty. First down.
Not a great way to start the drive. You gotta pay attention to little
Please
things.
reset the game clock to 9:34. Thank you.
So they'll back it up. Nothing better than 1st and 10. Now you got a 1st and 15. Blackburn and Hall to the left, along with Thorpe. The Noveway to the right. Micah Ford in there at running back. There's a snap. They'll hand it to Micah Ford. He'll go straight up the middle. Get back about 4 on forward progress of the 5 that they lost. Bring up 2nd and 11. Ball's going to be set on the 18-yard line of the Cardinal.
Again, all night long, just the way he hits the hole and just keeps those feet driving, turning those 2-yard gains into 3, 4, 5-yard gains.
That'll be his 23rd carry. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. There's a snap, play action. Warren with a man wide open. That's Hall. He'll make the catch at the 32, out to the 40, and then finally drug down at the 42-yard line. John Anthony Hall, 2nd catch of the night. He had a 57-yarder. And right there, give him a nice one. Handoff right side to Ford. Ford will get tripped up in the backfield. Great play there by Kona Moore coming down and shutting off the edge.
That's that little sweep that went for about 30 yards last half. They haven't come back to it. This time, Hawaii snuffed it out.
Hall with that 24-yard reception officially. So a loss of 1 on that one. Set up a 2nd down and 11. Ball on the right hash, 41-yard line of the Stanford Cardinal. 8:12 to play. Clock continues to roll. Tight end and receiver to the right side, 2 receivers left. Handoff straight up the middle to Ford. He'll get upended on just that straight up give on the right side, and this is a 3rd down that matters.
Just not quite a seam there. It's that zone play again, but there's no seam there.
6 of
Counting
14
on one person to win
on 3rd downs. Blackburn, Thorpe, and Hall to the left. Jordan and Noveway to the right. Micah Ford, the single back. Just a 4-man front by the Rainbow Warriors. There's a snap. Warren has some time, now has to escape. Now he's got to do something. Looks, sends it down the sideline and out of bounds. Incomplete. And the Rainbow Warriors get off the field. And Aiden Flintoff will come out for his 6th punt of the afternoon.
Definitely a sea change here the last 10 minutes of this ball game. Got to get the moxie back.
So Flintoff at his own 28. Plenty of time, gets a high floating kick up and away. Uliata will bobble it on the fair catch. Almost came out of his hands. And they'll call him down inside the 10-yard line. 7:18 to play in this contest. It's getting interesting. Hawaii trails 23-21, but out of the break, it'll be 1st and 10 for the Rainbow Warriors from their own 8-yard line. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back inside the Bob Murphy press box high atop Stanford Stadium. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk. Eric Engel, he is our spotter. 7:18 to play in this contest. Stanford Cardinal leads 23-21. Out of this break, it'll be University of Hawaii football, 1st and 10. And they're calling the ball on the 8-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors.
Stanford fans, support the restaurants that support the Cardinal. Check out GoStanford.com and click on the travel button to see the preferred restaurants of Stanford Athletics. This week's featured restaurants include Sundance Steakhouse and The Pro.
Sundance is a good one, and The Pro, that's a good one too.
Classic.
We'll need some good defense here. Hawaii with 212 yards of total offense. Remembering at halftime they had just 78 yards of total offense. Check that, 81 yards of total offense.
And this is something that comes up in early games too. The 4 quarters, it's hard to keep that intensity, right? It's hard to keep that drive and keep that thing going, and you don't practice that. And this is your first crack at that. Someone's got to just kind of be the energizer and step up and get some energy going. A big turnover would do that.
There it is, right? You saw me. I was the T word.
Yes.
Yeah, need to go get that ball.
Yes.
All right, here we go. See what this Chris Richard defense can come up with. Micah Alejado, he'll keep battling. He'll put 2 receivers each side. Single back in the backfield is Devin Rice. Devin Taua-Efa will shuffle in. Now he'll shuffle out. They'll hit Taua-Efa. He'll run it down the sideline all the way out past the 25-yard line. Brought him in motion like he was going to be a blocker. Turned him around, sent him back to the sideline, put the ball right on him.
Yeah, well-designed play, well executed. We weren't in position to defend it, but good job again, people hustling and keeping it from turning into something worse.
1st and 10 from the 29-yard line for the Rainbow Warriors. 6:58 to play as the clock continues to roll. There's a snap. Alejado looks to the right, comes back to the left, sends it high and away. Ball falls incomplete. He's trying to track down out on the edge there, Juliata. Check that, that was Taua-Efa. Trying to go back to the well, so to bring up 2nd down and 10. Clock will stop with 6:52 to play. Need that interception right here.
Yeah.
Griffiths, he'll split all the way out to the right side. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Devin Rice, the single back. There's the snap. Alejado slings it right side. Nice catch by Uliata. Great defense by Leroy Bryant. He'll shove him right out of bounds. But not after a 5-yard gain. It'll bring up 3rd down and 5.
Definitely not many yards after catch for the Rainbow Warriors today.
Griffiths will come over here on the right, or left side rather, with Harris and Uliata. They'll send Devin Owls over to the right. So 3 left, 1 right. Devin Rice is single back, 4-man front. Here come the Cardinal on the snap. Alejado running left, throws it. Caught and out of bounds right in front of the Stanford bench at the 49-yard line. Tama Uliata again.
Yeah, that's tough as a defense. He gets out of the pocket. You think he's going to run for it. It looked like he was going to run it. Scramble drill for Hawaii, though, and found an open man.
8 catches for Tama Uliata. 3 to the right, 1 to the left. There's a snap, handoff, left side run. That's Satani Eke-Ele. 2-yard gain. Clock will go under 5:50 to play. Bring up 2nd down and 8.
Good
single receiver on the left is Carson Brown. 3 receivers right. Single back, just a 3-man front for the Cardinal. There's the snap. Alejado looks left side, throws left side. Ball's caught by Brown. Brown will get shoved out of bounds by Josiah Galvan and Cam Richardson. It'll be just short of that 1st down. It'll bring up 3rd down and 1.
Getting a little more space, those little throws. Just making the plays, but
Satani Eke-Ele, single back. There's the snap. Alejado throws it right side. Ball is caught down to the 35. Now the 30. Matt Rose makes the tackle. And that's Kai Carvalho running in traffic. Made the catch. Got all the way down in there. 1st and 10. Ball on the 26-yard line of the Cardinal. This will be the 9th play of the drive. Started all the way back on the 8-yard line. Alejado with the snap. Gives it on the draw to Rice. Rice tries to go right. Connor Bachhuber tracked him down, grabbed him, knocked him down for a loss.
Nice play by Bachhuber. Got him off schedule here. They go take advantage.
So 4:30 to play. Clock continues to roll. 2-point game. Stanford leads 23-21. Probably got to get down inside the 25-yard line if you're the Rainbow Warriors to kick a field goal. 3 left, 1 right. Single back. There's a snap. 4-man rush. Alejado with time. Checks it down to Rice. Rice at the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Rainbow Warriors. They take their first lead of the night as they go up 27-23 with 4:07 to play. Extra point pending.
Just looked a little gassed on that play. It's not the same energy and effort that we started with. The 4 quarters taking its toll.
In to kick, Sean Oliveira Harley. He's from Southern California originally. Snap, hold, kicks away. No good. Missed it right.
Well,
so it's a 4-point game. 27-23 is your score with 4:07 to play. That was a 9-play, 90-yard drive.
Yeah, that was definitely had some chances to get off the field there and didn't make it happen.
So as we settle things back up, 27-23 your score. It's like the TV guys are going to stay here, so we'll do the same. Stanford will run its kick return unit out onto the field.
I feel like you need a spark, something to kind of get this thing up and going, kind of get everyone's energy back into it. A big kickoff return would do that.
Somebody go make a play.
Yeah, the energy's just down.
So a 4-point game, 4:07 to play as Steve Oliveira Harley will get ready to kick it away. Chris Davis back to receive. Champ Hampton, he'll stand up at the 10. Both teams with 3 timeouts as we get down to the part that matters. High spinning kick. Chris Davis is going to get this thing at the 4. He's at the 10, at the 15. There's a hole up to 20, 25. Stays on his feet out to the 30. Dragon defenders with him and gets the ball out to what we'll call the 38-yard line.
That's what we
Jason
right
talking
there.
about a spark.
Get a spark.
We got one right there maybe, and Stanford will go to work on offense.
Find your rhythm and just drive downfield, take care of business here.
First 10 from their own 38-yard line. This is the 12th drive of the night. Stanford's got 421 yards of offense. Well above their 307 total per game last year. Inovue over on the left side with Blackburn. Blackburn on the line of scrimmage. Thorpe and Joseph to the right, so doubles left. There's a snap. Fake handoff. Drops it on the drag. Blackburn at the 50, gets hit, chopped down, but we'll call him all the way down to the 46-yard line.
Nice drive starter there. Good play action. Tight ends open across the middle. Nice game.
Good way to start. Atticus Joseph will kick all the way out to the left side. Thorpe on the hash on the left side. That's the wide side. Blackburn and Inovue on the right. There's the snap. Davis Warren looks, has time, fires it across the middle. Second shot to Blackburn. He'll catch it with some sure hands. He's down at the 33-yard line. Clock continues to roll. It'll go under 3:20 to play. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line.
It's a target they haven't taken advantage of much this game, and that's
had
good to find at the end.
Had that drop early and kind of got away from it. Doubles right. That means Blackburn on the line of scrimmage as a tight end on the right side with a Novue. 2 receivers left. Warren again looks, throws left, has a man. Thorpe lays out. Did he catch it?
I think so.
Yes, he
Yes,
did.
he did.
They're going to say he caught it, and he caught it in bounds down at the 15-yard line. Clock will go under 2:45 to play and continue to roll. Davis Warren's going to take a snap. Did he catch the Rainbow Warriors offside?
Well, they didn't even get their players off the field. They were trying to change personnel.
They were trying to sub.
Yeah.
Referees blew it dead. I don't see a flag.
I wonder if Hawai'i called the timeout.
Hawai'i was trying to get on the timeout. Did I miss that? I don't hear well, but that sounds like nothing came out of Brad Carell's mouth.
I think we have a timeout. I would sus.
Got those CSU
the
batteries on that ref mic.
Getting water,
27-23 the score. 2:41 to play. If this holds, then it'll be 1st and 10 from the 15-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. The hood is out
taking a look,
on the 12-yard line, and they're talking to Paul Verna, the replay official, and taking a look at things to see.
No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy the crisp, refreshing taste of Coca-Cola.
So if this holds, this will be the 4th play of the drive for the Cardinal. Both teams with 3 timeouts here. 27-23 your score. Cardinal led until the last drive where Hawai'i went 9 plays, 90 yards. They're showing us the replay. Andrew Luck's getting us some new video boards next year.
Looks like his hips come down in bounds to me.
Yeah, it looks like, I don't think being inbounds is the issue. Did they say he trapped it? Maybe.
We'll see.
Here we go.
Catch.
Made the catch. It'll be 1st and 10. So 4th play of the drive.
A good spark play. We're going to finish it out.
Cardinal 468 yards of offense as Davis Warren will line it up. Atticus Joseph over to the left with Jordan and Novue. Liam Thorpe on the right side with Blackburn at tight end. That's doubles right. Single back is Micah Ford. Davis Warren out of the shotgun. Just a 4-man front. Looks pretty vanilla. Now he'll bring Thorpe in motion to the left. 3 left, 1 right. Now he'll bring in Novue in motion, deep motion. There's the snap, play action fake. Warren comes back across the middle. Blackburn makes the catch, gets upended. Elijah Palmer put the shot at about his kneecaps. But as he went airborne, he landed at the 11-yard line. So we'll call it 2nd down and 6.
Nice grab.
2:10 to play. Remember, we've got the 2-minute timeout coming at 2 minutes.
Looks like they're going to let it wind down here.
Yeah, they're going to take it all the way down to 2 minutes. Well, we got a good finish coming for you here at Stanford Stadium. The Cardinal, they trail the Rainbow Warriors 27-23 with 2 minutes to go. When we come back, it'll be 2nd down and 6 from the 11-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. 2-minute timeout in the fourth quarter. Cardinal trails 27-23 out of the break. It'll be 2nd down and 6 from the 11 of the Rainbow Warriors.
On the go and want to stay connected to live college sports anywhere in the country? Download the free Varsity Network app, available on Apple and Android. It's easier than ever to listen live and keep up with your favorite teams. Don't miss a moment. Get the Varsity Network app now. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy the crisp, refreshing taste of a Coca-Cola.
So out of this break, it'll be the 5th play of this drive, started back on the 38-yard line of the Stanford Cardinal.
This is
playing
money
for
time
keeps
here.
right here.
Yeah, this is what it comes down to, right?
3 timeouts for Stanford, 3 timeouts for University of Hawaii.
This is not where you wanted to be, but this is where you are, so you got to find a way to finish it.
Benji Blackburn, 5 catches, 3 of those catches on this drive. As he's kind of come alive. Now, if I'm looking, you've rushed for 169. Micah Ford, 24 carries, 97 yards. You probably got a little bit coming from him in this red zone.
Yeah.
So remember, Fisher Anderson, he's plugged in at center. Hayden Gunter, he's at right tackle as Aiden Killstrom went out with an injury. The Noveway to the left, over to the right is Blackburn, Thorpe, and Joseph. Single back is Micah Ford. Davis Warren will set things. Ref will stand there and now give him the go-ahead. He'll take a look. He'll ask for the snap. Fake handoff. Rolls to the right. Has some time. Nobody open. Looks. Pulls it down. Heads out of bounds at the 9-yard line. Did not take contact. I like that.
Yeah. Get out of bounds.
Stops the clock. 1:53 to play. Bring up 3rd down and 4. Ball on the 9-yard line. Thorpe, Joseph, and Noveway will go over to the left. They'll put the big tight end Blackburn over on the right. He's on the line of scrimmage. Single back is Ford. Now they're bringing Noveway over to the right, line him up right about the numbers. Warren with the snap. Looks left, look in route. Caught by Joseph down near the goal line. Forward progress to about the 2. He'll get pushed back, but that will be a 1st down. That will stop the clock with 1:46 to play.
Nice grab in traffic. He just squeezed the ball and did not let it go.
So that'll bring up 1st and 10. First
Really
and goal, rather, begging
down.
your pardon.
Timeout. Hawai'i.
Yeah, I was fixated on Timmy Chang. He ran down to the goal line,
That's
obviously to call the timeout, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because he's feeling like Stanford will score. He's got to preserve
here.
time. Standing here gawking at Timmy Chang and calling a 1st and 10, but it'll be 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. 1:46 to play. 27-23 your score. Rainbow Warriors lead by 4.
I think if I'm Stanford here, I think maybe hand it off to Micah Ford. If that doesn't work, maybe
hand it off to
Micah Ford. If that doesn't work, maybe hand it off to Micah Ford. You got 2 yards to get. He's shown all day that he can just grind it in there.
Well, and Micah Ford with 97 yards on the afternoon.
On the threshold of that 100-yard night. So.
You get him in from 2 yards out, he'll be at 99. We'll worry about that later. Fisher Anderson will lead that offense out to huddle up. Remember, Fisher started at right tackle. Now he's at center. 1:46 to play. 1st and goal from the 2. Warren will call the offense. They'll go 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Handoff straight up the middle. Micah Ford, is he in? Yes, he is. Touchdown! Stanford Cardinal with 1:41 to play. The Cardinal goes up 29-27, pending the extra point.
It's so nice when you have a back you know can do that for you, right? You can just hand it to him and he'll go get it for you. Great job by Micah, just running downhill, keeping those feet churning.
Cresco Equipment Rental Drive summary: 7 plays, 62 yards. And a 2-yard run by Micah Ford. Kenny in to kick. This one matters. Snap down, hold, kicks away, and it is good. So it becomes a 3-point game.
Minute 41 to play.
Micah Ford, 25 carries, 99 yards, 3 touchdowns. One of his touchdowns was at the commercial break under review. So with 1:41 to play, your score is 30-27. The Stanford Cardinal leads, and we'll go ahead and stay right here.
Bay Area fans, when it comes to flavor, Silva sausage is your go-to game day tradition. From the legendary Portuguese linguiça to the spicy kick of jalapeno pepper jack. You can always count on Silva sausage to bring the heat to your tailgate or your table. Silva sausage, tradition is our recipe. Look for us at your local grocery store today.
This is the first 3-touchdown rushing game of Micah Ford's career. 25 carries, 99 yards, and 2 yards right there that you had to have.
Yep.
That's for sure. Emmett Kinney will get set to kick it away here. Now, Timmy Chang, he's sitting on 2 timeouts. As we said earlier, not willing to take those home on the airplane with him. Still think we need to channel a little turnover right here. Emmett Kinney will get set to kick it away. We introduced that kick unit to you earlier tonight. See if they can get down and get after it. Emmett Kinney will put it high and deep. Huliata will field it about 4 yards deep. Call the fair catch, bring it out to the 25-yard line. We got 10 in the end zone.
Right now, defense time to go to work.
And here you go. University of Hawaii, 302 yards of offense. They had 78 at halftime. So those halftime adjustments obviously meant something.
Yep.
Micah Alihado, 269 yards, 61% as a passer, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He'll put 3 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Single back is Devin Rice. Alihado will step to the line and change things. Rice will switch over to his left. There's the snap. They'll hand it off to Rice. Left side run, he's got the edge. Here comes Rose. He'll just blast him out of bounds. The question is, did he get all the way out of bounds? They're going to say he did. I felt like he hit in bounds.
Like they audible to that, seeing them in that three-man front, trying to take advantage of it.
3 receivers left, 1 to the right. A second down and 1. Micah Ford will take his time because the clock has stopped on the ball going out of bounds. Devin Rice, a single back. There's a snap. Handoff again. Rice, right side. They'll get the first down. Zach Rowell makes the tackle. Things getting a little nasty between the tackles. Clock will stop at 1:31 while they move the chains. Once they set him, clock will roll. Alihado, 2 receivers each side, working a 1st and 10. There's the snap. The lefty will look to the left, throws back shoulder. Ball falls incomplete. Leroy Bryant with great coverage. Devin Alves tried to come back and get it.
Leroy Bryant just stayed with it and knocked it out of his hands. He had a chance at that ball. But,
Alves trying to get his third
great
catch.
Concentration.
1:21 to play. Second down and 10. Ball on the 37-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. Need an interception here. Michele in at running back. 1 receiver right, trips to the left. That's 3. Brown, the single receiver on the right. They'll widen him out. Now we got a flag.
Motion by the offensive lineman is never good, but it's good for us on this one.
Ball start. Offense, number 73. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Brad Carell with those Energizer switch up there. Got that mic going again. They'll back him up. 2nd and 15. Ball on the 32-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. 1:21 to play. 2 timeouts for the Rainbow Warriors. 3 for the Stanford Cardinal. 3 to the left, 1 to the right. There's the snap. Here comes the blitz. Alihado pulls it down. Ball is out.
It's
Teverua Tafiti picks it up. He's to the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Stanford Cardinal. The Oahu native.
went to Punahou High School. Scoops up the ball, runs it into the end zone, puts the Cardinal up 36-27 with 1:12 to play in the contest, extra point pending. Wow.
That's a spark we needed. Nice play. I don't know, it looked like he was thinking about like going down on the knee and like getting the clock run out the game there. He slowed down at the end, but takes it into the end zone.
was he kind
like,
of
should I go down here or nah?
Mutton for the clock, I think.
Right, yeah, because that might not have been a bad call.
Emmett Kinney into kick. Snap, hold, kicks away, and it is good.
It's a two-score game, though.
37 to 27 is your score on the scoop and score by Tevarua Tafiti. How fun is that? You got 50 guys on this Hawaii team that are from the state of Hawaii. They all know Tevarua Tafiti and Tevarua with the scoop and run.
Stanford fans, support the restaurants that support the Cardinal. Check out GoStanford.com and click on the travel button to see preferred restaurants of Stanford Athletics. This week's featured restaurants include Asian Box and Gott's Roadhouse. Cardinal fans, are you planning to attend an upcoming Stanford Athletics event? If so, stay in style and get a great rate. Check out GoStanford.com and click on the travel button to see their preferred hotels. Stanford Athletics. This week's featured properties include Residence Inn Menlo Park and Sheraton Palo Alto.
Well, that was the 13th drive of the night for the Rainbow Warriors. They went 4 plays, 6 yards before the Chris Richard defense slammed the door shut. Tama Uliata back to receive. Kenny, he'll put it deep. Uliata will give us the iron cross, both arms out. That means fair catch. We're not going to return, and the ball will come out to the 25-yard line. Rainbow Warriors down by 10. They do have 2 timeouts, and if I know Timmy Chang, he will probably use 2 timeouts, see what he can do.
Yeah, no sense in holding on to him, as you said.
Hey, we channeled those turnovers.
Exactly.
We get a little piece of that one. We've been talking about that since halftime.
It was due. I mean, the way the defense is making big plays flying around, it was due to happen. Great play.
Just fun to watch that defense just keep chipping away. Looks like we got a new quarterback in for the Rainbow Warriors. Bjorn Jurgensen. He'll look to throw and then just burn it out of bounds. Question is, did Alejado get injured? Because you sure hope that didn't happen.
Right.
So the backup quarterback, Bjorn Jurgensen, he's out of Florida. Spent some time 1 year at Virginia. And I've watched this guy on Twitter since he was in 7th grade. Go figure. Watching quarterbacks on Twitter, pretty good one. He'll put 3 to the left, 1 to the right. He'll move the back over to the left side. He'll take the snap, wants to throw, looks left, comes back to the middle, pulls it down, and wants to run. Now needs to get out of the way, and he'll get tripped up. Braden Marceau Olainka comes in and chops him down. Check that. That was Omar Staples.
Omar Staples, yeah. Again, this is that 3-man rush with the spy. They're just rushing 3, trying to get him out of the pocket. And then
so it looks like Micah Alejado had the helmet off, so he came out, and they've got Jurgensen in. Looks like they'll give him these reps. So Jurgensen put 3 left, 1 to the right, single back. Linebacker looks like he's going to blitz. Here he comes. That's Tevarua Tafiti. There's the snap, throws it out left side. Ball is caught. Run upfield out to about the 33-yard line. That's Josiah Fitui. He's out of Iwa Beach, Oahu, St. Louis High School.
Timeout. Hawaii.
Bring up 3rd down
Second
and 1.
and a half. 30 seconds.
So timeout called.
hard to score 11 or 10 points in 11 seconds.
Correct.
Yeah, there's just not that play, that's for sure.
Nope.
I also think when you think about Jurgensen in at quarterback, one of the tough things I think in college football is getting quarterbacks reps.
Yeah.
So if you got to burn a timeout, so be it. Stanford Cardinal will get to take a curtain call here. They'll let the clock run, and we have gone final.
I thought we had a timeout, and we came
132 years of Stanford football. Always helps to start the season with a win.
Always helps.
Especially with new head coach Tavita Pritchard. Well, it was a battle, but the Cardinal got it done. 37-27 your score. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll go through the stats, talk with Tavita Pritchard, do our drive summary, and send you on your way for next week. Stand by for the postgame. This is Stanford Cardinal football from Learfield. Welcome back into Stanford Stadium. Man, that was a big one. Cardinal gets the 37-27 win. They held the lead until the fourth quarter, and the Rainbow Warriors wouldn't go away. Rainbow Warriors then went up 27-23. Cardinal able to fight back on a 7-play, 62-yard drive. Jason, that was a good one. A win is a win.
A win
Doesn't
is a
matter
win.
how you slice it.
Right. I mean, you're always going to have, especially the first game out, you kind of want to have some bobbles, some miscommunications, some things so that you can build on it, right? That's how you build for next week. That's how you sharpen the iron, polish the whatever metaphor you want to use. But unless you make those mistakes, you don't learn from them. Want more college football after our game? Tune into the College Football Blitz. It's free on the Varsity Network app, but now available on YouTube. Think of it as college football version of Red Zone, with non-stop action every Saturday from noon to midnight Eastern. Just search College Football Blitz on the Varsity app or YouTube and tune in to all the biggest games for the rest of Saturday.
Sounds like a pretty good Saturday to be.
Yeah.
He'll think better than football, more football. Let's give you the stats here. Stanford Cardinal gets a 37-27 win. Thanks for tuning in tonight. We're going to give you a halftime show or post-game wrap here 483 yards of total offense for the Stanford Cardinal. 310 yards passing. Davis Warren, 22 of 34, 65%. Remember, he was 50% completion early in the game and battled back from that. 1 touchdown, no interceptions. 173 rushing for the Stanford Cardinal. Remember, this was a team that rushed for 85 yards last year. You get over 150 yards, that changes the arithmetic of what you're doing on the field, right?
Well, you've got Ford's near 100 yards, but then you've got Irvin as well coming in there, 43 yards. That's a good contribution, and definitely I think their styles of running the ball complement each other well.
Yeah, and I agree. And about the time Micah Ford needed some rest, he was able to get it, and Cedric came in there. And again, the pitches look the same when it comes off the pitcher's hand, but I think Cedric's got that cutback move that maybe Micah doesn't have, and Micah's got that right up in your chops move.
Micah's got that gooey going forward, kind of running through you cut style, and Cedric's got that kind of hit you off the side and can never take a square shot, so he scores for more yards.
Yeah, looking at the receivers for Stanford, 9 of them in the mix, which, by the way, if you've ever done radio, it's kind of a nightmare to call, but we did all right. Benji Blackburn, 5 catches, 49. Atticus Joseph, freshman, 4 catches, 52. Liam Thorpe, 3 catches, 44. Jordan Inovue, 3 catches for 12 yards. John Anthony Hall, 2 catches for 81 yards, 57-yarder early in the game that really made a difference. He is playing his first year. Last year, he was injured most of the year. Zion Robinson, a freshman, 2 catches, 57 yards. Langdon Horace, a freshman, 1 catch. Cedric Irvin, 1 catch. Micah Ford, 1 catch. And that rounds it out. When we go over and look at University of Hawaii, 322 yards. This is a team that was putting up, oh gosh, looking at last year's number, 394 per game and throwing for 291. They ended up with 322, 276 passing, but remember at halftime, they only had, I keep looking at this number saying I wrote it down wrong, they had 81 yards.
Yeah, it's definitely a tale of 2 halves for that offense.
And 276 passing, Micah Alejado, he's a fighter, 30 of 50, 269, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. And from a rushing standpoint, Devin Rice, 11 carries, 35 yards. They started out with Cam Barfield. He is their starter and was their go-to guy last year. Must have gotten hurt earlier in the game. And then from a receiver standpoint, 12 of them in the mix. Tama Huliata, he just kept showing up like a bad penny. He had 8 catches for 62 yards. Kai Carvalho, 5 catches, 72. Devin Rice, 4 catches for 25. Blaze Kamoku, one of the coolest names in the Mountain West right there. His brother, by the way, Diesel Kamoku. That's all Mountain West with extra points, right, for that. So those numbers kind of interesting. Pretty clean game in terms of
just the 1 turnover. Right?
Yeah, in terms of turnovers, that's what mattered. And then we'll take a look at the defensive numbers because that's always fun to take a glance at. Kona Moore, he's a defensive back. He had 14 total tackles. Jemai Otis with 8. Matagi Thompson, he had 8. And for Stanford, Matt Rose, could have guessed that one, led the way with 9 tackles. Leroy Bryant and Lonnie McAllister III, they had 5 apiece. Josiah Galvan, Jay Green, and Gabe Kaminsky, along with Zach Rowell, props to the D linemen. They all had 4 apiece. And again, a couple of sacks in there. Gabe Kaminsky with 1.5 and Sam Mattingly with a 1/2 a sack. But what doesn't show is the pressure that they put on Alejado. Felt like they made him pretty uncomfortable. Alejado's going to get some on you, and he did in the second half.
Sure, and they did it in some interesting ways. They had like 3 different styles of how to rush him. They had the standard 4-man rush, and then they had one where they offset 3 guys to one side and ran a bunch of games to the backside, and then the 3-man rush with the spy. So between those 3 looks for the pocket, it definitely kind of kept them off balance, and they're 3 very, very good ideas, I think, to incorporate for this game.
So on a high level, Stanford, 483 yards of total offense. Remember, they averaged 307 last year. Hawai'i, 322 of total offense. They averaged 394 last year. And again, turnovers, Stanford goes +1, gets the 37-27 win. We'll take another break. When we come back, we'll hear from the head coach, Tavita Pritchard. This is Stanford Cardinal football postgame wrap from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. We've gone final 37-27. Your final score, the Stanford Cardinal under first year Bradford M. Freeman, director of football, the head coach, Tavita Pritchard. He goes 1-0 as a head coach as the team trickles out through the Freeman Tunnel here at Stanford Stadium. Jason, the other stat, just to kind of really make our head hurt, is those third down attempts. And you want to stay out of third downs. That's the idea of running the ball, right? From a high level trickle down, if you will. And Stanford had 16 third down attempts. Hawai'i had 17. Stanford converted 44%. Hawai'i converted 41%. This is where it gets interesting. Third and long, Stanford 0 for 3. That means 9 yards or more. And then for Hawai'i, 1 of 5. Translated, you get in a third and long,
it's tough.
You're not going to convert. No. And then when you look at the third and short, that means 1 to 4 yards. Stanford 5 of 7, and Hawai'i 4 of 5. So, you know, do with that what we will.
I mean, that's what we talked about at the beginning of the game, about staying on schedule, running the ball, doing it. But I think that they just weren't able to consistently stay with one thing. I think the injury definitely at center, you know, set us back. That was, I think you had to kind of retool and kind of figure out how to recover from that. As far as the run game went, it seemed like towards the end they got more push again. So,
hey, Cardinal fans, checking Allstate could save you on your car insurance. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. So, yeah, the third down number, I think also you apply the dropped passes to that third down number. That number changes and then maybe matches your 173 rushing.
Sure.
Right?
I think so. I mean, definitely, and that's something, get the jugs machine out there, go catch a bunch of balls. That's something you can continue to work on as the season goes on. Part of it is just the concentration, the speed of the game, the first, excitement. First time out there, the ball is being thrown at you, your heart's racing. Although I wouldn't know because I never had many balls thrown at me, but I can only imagine. It's definitely, again, that's definitely something that flips the game completely on its head if you make those 7 catches that really should have been caught.
And we look at last year against Boston College, 37 rushes for 213, and against Hawaii, 43 rushes for 177. Just to kind of frame that, and again, it comes back to if you can run the ball, you can stay ahead of the chains, pending no silly penalties and no dropped balls that hit you in the hand. So and then if you look at the flow of this game, you know that Timmy Chang, who threw for 17,072 yards, is going to change stuff at halftime.
Right.
And Alahado, that guy battles. That's just who he is. You knew he was going to get some.
Sure.
And to your point, I think you said it on that drive, you've got to respond, and they were able to do it.
And that's the thing, right? That's what you learn about yourself as a team, or one of the things you learn about yourself is when it comes down to the end, it's going to come down to the end more often than not, right? It's that last few minutes of the game that make all the difference, and finding your way to trust yourself and go out and perform when everything's on the line is a tough thing, and something that I think teaches you who you are as a team.
Well, we're in the postgame. Stanford Cardinal gets the 37-27 win. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we'll hear from the head coach, Tavita Pritchard, and then we'll have the Cresco Rentals drive summary with highlights. Be sure to hang around for that. We'll take a break. This is Stanford Cardinal football postgame from Learfield. Welcome back to the Bob Murphy broadcast booth high atop Stanford Stadium. We've gone final. Stanford Cardinal 37-27 over the Rainbow Warriors of Hawaii. We've got the Bradford M. Freeman Director of Football, Tavita Pritchard. Coach, man, you have a flair for the dramatic on your first start. You go down and beat USC, and then today the come-from-behind victory. Congratulations.
Thanks so much, Kevin. Proud of these guys.
Talk a little bit about your run game. Micah Ford, thought it was pretty appropriate. He puts that thing in the end zone, his third touchdown. That's his best game in terms of touchdowns. Ended up with 99 yards on 25 carries. You guys rushed for 173. That had to feel good to know, hey, we can run the ball. If we clean up a couple of other things, we could start to do some really good stuff.
Yeah, no question. Was proud of the way Micah ran. He ran hard all night. The other thing I'll say about the blocking unit, with Aiden Chilstrom going out in the second half, like those guys didn't miss a beat. They kept surging ahead and led the way for that guy, and just really, really proud of that whole unit.
Hey, Coach Jason Fisk, congratulations. Good to win that first one. It comes down to a game like this. I'm just wondering, what kind of answers do you get about your team? You always learn a lot about your team when you actually get under the lights, start playing the game of football when it matters. What do you take away from this first performance?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, the first thing I would say is finish. Our guys didn't flinch when we answered a score in the second quarter. We answered obviously the last touchdown, and then our defense came out and put the finishing touches on it. And just the way that our team finished, I think that's the first thing you learn. And then of course, I'm a firm believer that like the biggest jump you're going to make is game 1 to game 2. So there's going to be a lot to learn off of this film because of course we've been playing against each other for weeks, and so really to have some more film of playing against another team, a different, an opponent, a different scheme, we're going to have to learn a lot and learn really fast. And so I'm excited to see the other lessons that are going to come out of this tape.
Well, Coach, we simulcast the broadcast booth, and when you said biggest improvement from game 1 to game 2, we all laughed, and we weren't laughing at you, by the way. We had talked about during the broadcast, we can't go with that cliche yet, and that was the next question coming your way. You've got
leave it to the coach to go with the cliche.
That's right, but and that is a true one. We were actually talking about how much you learned from the first half and the second half in an opener a lot of times. But talk about the short week before we let you go. We got Miami coming to town. Everybody knows about Miami. They were the runner-up last year. A big challenge, but should be a fun night. Andrew's got this stadium decked out. We got the ribbon board. We got the LED lights. We got E40 coming. And, hey, we got a good football team to play. And we've got an advantage because we've played a game already.
For sure. And that's what I'd say is, like, we're gonna have a great week of work, and we're going to be able to learn from this film. And, yes, it is Miami coming to the, Stanford Stadium, and we know that they're a formidable opponent. But for us, it really just comes back to what we do and how we improve at our schemes and our techniques. And so much of the focus is going to be on us and just staying with our process of developing each and every day.
Well, Coach, on behalf of Jason, I can't thank you enough for how accommodating you were in the preseason, letting us get up to speed on the team and being a part of this. And, again, a sincere congratulations on getting that first wind of your head coaching career. It was super fun to watch.
Thank you so much. Proud of these guys. Proud of them for going out there and finishing it off.
Well, Coach, we'll talk to you next week. That was the Bradford M. Freeman, Director of Football and the head coach. The 37th head coach at Stanford University got that 37-27 win. It is now time for our Cresco Rentals Drive Summary. Hawai'i. They won the toss and deferred, which is not a Timmy Chang thing, but that's what he did. Stanford got the ball at its own 21 after the kickoff. They went 3 and out. Stanford was 5 of 12 on first drives last year. They had 2 touchdowns and 3 field goals, and they were 3 and 2 on getting the touchdown or a field goal on the first drive. So they go 0 for 1 for the start of 2026. Hawai'i got the ball. And, well, they countered with a 3 and out. It was punt number 1 for the Rainbow Warrior. The freshman kicker out there, Gary Heil, kicked it away. Then Stanford got the ball at its own 11-yard line. They went to work. It was a 9-play, 89-yard drive. There was a penalty in there, but you needed a big play, and you got a guy like John Anthony Hall that was dying to become a part of this offense after not getting out on the field much last year. And a great connection between he and Davis Warren. Let's take a listen. Warren has time, sends it across the middle. Caught by Hall. He's at the 50, 45, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, and knocked out of bounds all the way down in the red zone. First trip into Hawaii territory of the night.
Stand by.
And that's on the second drive of the night.
And go.
So second drive of the night, you're in Hawaii territory, you're in the red zone. Let's put it in the end zone for the first time in 2026. There's the snap, straight up the middle. Micah Ford bounces off a defender, touchdown, Stanford Cardinal. The first touchdown of the 132nd season of Stanford football is Micah Ford off the left side with a 2-yard run, puts the Cardinal up 6-0 with 8:37 to play in the first quarter. The extra point was good. The Cardinal went up 7-0. Hawaii got the ball on the touchback at their own 25. 3 and out, punt. Stanford got the ball at its own 38 after the punt. 3 and out. They had a penalty in there that backed them up. Punt number 2. University of Hawaii got the ball at its own 19. 9 plays, 31 yards. Punt number 3. Stanford got the ball at its own 11. 3 plays, 6 yards, and in the middle of that drive, we switched ends because of the quarter. Stanford had 110 yards of offense, and the Rainbow Warriors had just 39. But we had punt number 3 for Aiden Flintoff, and Hawaii got the ball at its own 45-yard line. They went 8 plays, 55 yards, and it was a Devon Rice 3-yard run. The Sean Oliveria Harley extra point was good, and we were tied up at 7 apiece with 10:18 to play in the second quarter. Well, Stanford countered. They got the ball to 25-yard line via the touchback of the kickoff. 8 plays, 75 yards, and it was the older guy on the field, Davis Warren, the quarterback, dialing it up with the younger guy, Atticus Joseph. Single back is Ford. There's the snap. Warren looks right side, slant route, touchdown, Stanford Cardinal. Atticus Joseph, the freshman, makes a snag in traffic. He's out of Snellville, Georgia, went to Collin Hills High School, and he puts the Cardinal up 13-7 with 7:02 to play in the first quarter. The extra point was good, 14-7 your score. Hawaii got the ball at its own 25-yard line. We go back to the 3 and out. 3 and out, punt number 4. Stanford got the ball at its own 42 after the punt. When 8 plays, 43 yards, ran out for a Emmett Kinney 33-yard field goal, partially blocked. That was no good. Hawaii got the ball at its own 12-yard line. They went 3 plays, 8 yards, and timed out. They punted the ball for the 5th time. Stanford got the ball at its own 42. 5 plays, 27 yards. Looked like they were going to get down and get the ball in the end zone. Gave up the ball on downs. Hawaii got the ball at its own 30. 3 and out, punt number 6. And that took us into halftime as Stanford just threw one out to the right side versus kneeing it down. At halftime, it looked like this. Stanford had 143 passing, 126 rushing, 268 total. No turnovers. Remember that. We'll talk about that in a second. Hawaii, 78 passing, just 3 rushing for a total of 81 and no turnovers. Remember, Hawaii gets the ball to start the second half because they deferred. They got the ball on their own 6. It was a 3 and out, and they had to punt out of their own end zone, and the Nate Katzer special teams unit going to work. Go with that low, it's blocked in the end zone, goes out of the back of the end zone, and we'll get a safety. Nice. Tyler Quo looks like the guy that came in and knocked it down. We'll get a second look at it. It's either that or Charlie Eckhart, and that was Charlie Eckhart coming in.
Nice play.
We talked about special teams being a theme. And so your score goes to 16-7 with 13:32 to play in the third. And remember, Stanford then receives the kick that is kicked from your own 20-yard line if you're Hawaii. So Stanford goes to work on their own 36. That is massively different than going to work at your own 25-yard line. 8 plays, 64 yards. We've been getting the young guys involved. Hey, let's dial it up again. Two receivers stacked on the right. Now they'll break the stack and make it two tight ends tight on the right. Play action fake. Warren looks, has time, sends it. Zion Robinson behind coverage, makes the catch at the 5. Brought down at the 4. The freshman dropped the hammer. A beautiful ball by Davis Warren. And the Cardinal looking at a 1st and goal from the 4. They'll line up quick. So then it was Micah Ford off the left side. Two backs in the backfield. There's a snap direct to Ford. Left side run, stays on his feet. Is he in?
Oh.
Ball is out. I thought he crossed the plane.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it from up here, and the ball did come out. But
the referee will say it was fumbled and recovered by Hawai'i.
Fumble recovered by Hawai'i. First down.
I felt like that ball was in the end
zone. It did look like his crossed the plane from here, but.
So that was a direct snap to Micah Ford, wildcat formation after the shift. The refs are talking about it.
Running back behind that unbalanced line again, just trying to drive it in there.
Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. Got about a minute left on the TV timeout, but as they were away on the TV timeout, the referee came out from under the hood, announced it was a touchdown. Micah Ford had crossed the goal line before the ball came out, and Stanford goes up 22. The extra point was good, 23-7. Your score, 9:51 to play in the third. Great work by Ryan McCarty back at the KNBR studio. Stanford kicks it away. Hawai'i goes to work from its own 32-yard line. 3 plays, 7 yards. At that point, they'd had 6 3-and-outs. It was punt number 8 for the Rainbow Warriors. Stanford got the ball at its own 21-yard line, went 10 plays, 53 yards, started that drive in the third quarter and finished it in the fourth quarter. Stanford had 390 yards after 3 quarters, and Hawai'i had 120. Set up for a field goal and had a penalty. That moved it back, and then took a delay of game, punt number 4 for Aiden Flintoff. So Hawai'i got the ball at its own 20-yard line. They went 16 plays and 80 yards and ended up with Satani Michaele in for the touchdown. It was a 5-yard run, and then the 2-point conversion by Tama Huliata made the score 23-15, and it was starting to get interesting. Stanford got the ball at its own 21-yard line after they received the kickoff, 3-and-out, punt number 5. University of Hawaii got the ball at its own 37-yard line. They went 5 plays, 63 yards, and it was Michael Alihado. That guy battles hard, and it was Tama Huliata on the 11-yard reception. And the 2-point conversion was no good, but your score was 21-23. The Rainbow Warriors trailed by 2. Stanford got the ball at its own 19. 5 plays, 24 yards is all they could muster. Punt number 6. And then Hawai'i got the ball at its own 10. Got to hand it to him, man. 9 plays, 90 yards. Devin Rice, a 29-yard reception. They snuck him out of the backfield. Michael Alihado put it right on him. The Sean Oliveira Harley extra point failed. He missed it right, but they had the lead 27-23. Cardinal needed to go to work. They get the ball out to the 38-yard line on the kick return. They go what amounted to be 7 plays, 62 yards. Did it in 2 minutes and 18 seconds. And, well, when you got a guy that played quarterback in high school and now he's one of the best running backs in the ACC and you're on the 2-yard line, I think you give it to him. 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Handoff straight up the middle. Micah Ford, is he in? Yes, he is. Touchdown. Stanford Cardinal with 1:41 to play. The Cardinal goes up 29-27. Pending the extra point.
It's so nice when you have a back you know can do that for you, right? You can just hand it to him and he'll go get it for you.
The extra point was good. 30-27 your score, so a 3-point lead. You're figuring if Hawaii can get the ball down and kick a field goal, they can tie this thing up, push you into overtime, all that stuff. Well, Hawaii gets the ball at its own 25-yard line on the touchback. They go 4 plays, 6 yards. Well, the Stanford Cardinal, they got a pretty good defender that grew up on Oahu, played his high school football at right near the University of Hawaii, within like 6 blocks. We remember from our Hawaii Bowl trip way back, he went to Punahou. Anyhow, he steps up, makes a great play for the Cardinal defense. 3 to the left, 1 to the right. There's the snap. Here comes the blitz. Alejado pulls it down. Ball is out.
It's
Teverua Tafiti picks it up. He's to the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Stanford Cardinal. The Oahu native went to Punahou High School. Scoops up the ball. Runs it into the end zone. Puts the Cardinal up 36-27 with 1:12 to play in the contest. Extra point pending. Wow. And that was the Coca-Cola refreshing moment of the game, and then that was also the move of the game, brought to you by Metropolitan Van and Storage. If you're moving, calling Metropolitan Van and Storage is the right move. Visit metrovan.com to find out more. Normally we spread that out over 2 plays, but I tell you what, that was such a – that was the Nairobi knee drop from the top turnbuckle right there. That deserved – both of those reads. And so your final score, Stanford 37, Hawaii 27. We'll take another break. When we come back, we'll go through scores in the ACC. This is Stanford Cardinal football post-game wrap from Learfield. Welcome back to Stanford Stadium. Kevin Richardson along with Jason Fisk, Eric Engel. He is our spotter this evening. Brought us some points down the stretch. 37-27 your final score. Stanford Cardinal gets the win. We'll look at ACC scores. Had a few games today. 4 teams in action. And it was North Carolina to start the day, but they started it over in Ireland, 15-10. They got a win over TCU. North Carolina State, they went to Virginia. That game was supposed to be in Rio de Janeiro. It ended up being in Charlottesville, and it ended up being a tough one for North Carolina State. They fall 34-8. Florida State, they hosted New Mexico State. They got a win 34-17, and of course Stanford Cardinal 37-27 right here in Palo Alto. We'll take another break. When we come back, we'll preview next week's opponent, the Miami Hurricanes. This is the Stanford Cardinal football postgame wrap from Learfield. Welcome back inside Stanford Stadium. We've gone final 37-27, your final score as the Stanford Cardinal go to 1-0 to start this 2026 season. This next week, it'll be a short week. It'll be a Friday night. E40 coming to town, or I guess he does live in town. He's a local rap star. He's coming to do a halftime show. That should be fun.
Under the lights.
Under the lights. The new LED lights kick off at 6 o'clock, and our pregame will be at 7. Miami 13-3 last year, plus 10 on turnovers. We talked about turnovers all evening or afternoon, if you will. There is a thought that if you're plus 10 or minus 10 on turnovers, you're either going to win 2 or 3 more games than you should or lose 2 or 3 more games than you should.
Right.
And the reason is,
you
on
got
10 games, you got the ball more than everybody else,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
It's coming your way. So they were plus 10, 13-3, by the way, tied for second in the ACC, but got into the playoff, even though the team that won the ACC championship didn't get into the playoff. And again, they were 6 points away from getting the win. Mario Cristobal, he's the head coach. You and I remember him from his Oregon days. We went up and saw him coach a few times against Stanford.
Yep.
And Darian Minshew, he is the quarterback. That's an interesting story. Grew up in San Luis Obispo, played at St. Joseph's in Santa Maria. Threw for 2,256 yards as a senior, 25 touchdowns. Really good quarterback. Just didn't get recruited. Ended up going to Tulane, got on the field, quickly then transferred to Duke. Now he's at Miami. And took took a receiver with him from Duke. Bearcate is his last name. And, of course, his dad was a punter at UCLA way back in our era, crazy as that sounds. And he was a Harvard guy. So I'm sure Killstrom probably knows him. But a quarterback that's probably one of the best quarterbacks in the country, but a 2-star coming out of high school.
Right.
Explain
Crazy.
that
Well, I mean, he put up the numbers last year, 3,973 yards, 34 touchdowns, and he took Duke to the ACC championship, So he's a good quarterback. and it's going to be tough. They also are returning a receiver that is not too shabby, and Tony. He's had 1,600 all-purpose yards last year.
Not
so
a bad year.
They've got some guys. They've obviously lost some guys, but I imagine when you're sitting and you go to the national championship game, whether you win or lose, there's some guys that want to come into your program, and that's with the transfer portal the way it is now. You can just retool after losing a bunch of guys.
Yeah, one of the quarterbacks on the roster, Luke Nickel, his dad played with you, right?
Oh, yeah, Paul Nickel.
Yeah.
Tight end here, yep.
Yeah, so I'm sure he will be in the house next week.
He will be.
Well, we will be in the house next week. As E40 says, we're going to be playing for the Gouda. So we're going to get it done, have some fun.
The Gouda.
Friday Night Football, our pregame show is going to get going at 5 o'clock. So great job tonight, Jason. This was fun.
Hey, it was a lot of fun.
We'll do it again on Friday. We'll get going with our pregame show at 5 o'clock, kickoff at 6 o'clock. Today's score, 37-27. Stanford Cardinal goes to 1-0 on the year. So does head coach Tavita Pritchard. On behalf of my broadcast partner, Jason Fisk, our on-site engineer, Tanika Burrell, our spotter, Eric Engel, and our board op, who was just really good down the stretch, man. Ryan McCarthy, thanks so much for the help. Our sports information team of Brian Brownfield and Maddie Gautreau. So long from Stanford Stadium.